Okay, Gavin, things on my end are good.
Great, thank you, Alex.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to go on the record now. This is part 8. I believe it's, yes, part 8 of the Borough of Churchill Council public hearing on the application for conditional use filed by Churchill Creek Project LLC to redevelop the property located at 1310 Beulah, B-E-U-L-A-H Road as a distribution center. As folks will remember from last time around, we are currently working through the unrepresented party objectors so that they can present their cases. We have learned since the last hearing that there are some additional party objectors who are represented by counsel in the form of Mr. Ferguson, who will be providing additional testimony this evening, or hopefully this evening, but at some point in this hearing, depending on how far we get with the unrepresented party objectors. So the list, and Mr. Graziani, if please don't hesitate to correct me if I miss any of this, but we're going to start off by having Dr. Susan Sterrett continue her case. We're going to then move to Odette Ransom. If Ms. Ransom has joined us tonight, I think she may have missed the last couple of hearings, so hopefully she's with us tonight. Mr. Waller has indicated that he would like to participate not as a party objector, but just as a member of the public. So we've removed him from the list, and if that's not correct, Mr. Waller, please chime in. So after Dr. Sterrett and Odette Ransom, then we will move on to Mr. Anthony Wilson, Ms. Diana Yankes, Mr. Chris McMullan, and Ms. Elizabeth Casman. Could be Dr. Casman. I apologize if I missed your title there. And then afterwards, hopefully we'll be able to get through all these this evening, but we'd have Cathy Bordner and David Bordner, who are part of the Churchill Future Group. Then Mr. Murray Bilby, Ms. Kate Kerrigan-Hill, and finally Nicole Phillips should round out the party objectors. So we'll see how far we get with that tonight. Preliminary indications are that our next meeting, we're going to have a little bit of a break until the next hearing, until September 20th at 6 p.m. We'll confirm that at the end of this hearing. So with that said, before we turn it over to Dr. Sterrett, Alex, did I miss anything as far as the preliminaries or the order?
No, sir. Just another reminder that if you are one of those people that Gavin had mentioned as being a speaker tonight, I would like to promote you to panelist as early as possible so you can get comfortable with the environment change that you'll see there. And so when you see that I'm asking to promote you as panelist, would you please accept that invitation so you can go into that room? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graziani. And I'd also like to welcome Jeannie, our court reporter for this evening. She's taking the place of Kim for tonight. And Jeannie, if you could go ahead and swear in all the witnesses who may be providing testimony tonight.
Sure. Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you very much. Alex, do we have Dr. Sterrett queued up?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Dr. Sterrett. And whenever you're ready to continue your presentation, you can feel free.
All right, I'll start by sharing my screen now. All right, can you see my slide, or I stopped here on day 7?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I was giving an argument, and the point in the argument I was at when we had to leave off was I had been asking whether the following 2 things below were the same, and that is compliance with the zoning code, which includes compliance with the criteria contained in the section on distribution center, which is 304-37-1, and the general criteria in the zoning code, which is 304-31. That, if it meant both of that, if that was the same as meeting the 7 tests on which the applicant based its case, I have claim, but case that is entitled to a conditional use permit. Those 7 tests were, I believe, items B through H under section 304-37(1), and didn't include A, whereas A was the conjunction above of both all the things in 304-37.1 and the general criteria of the zoning code, which are set forth in 304-31. So the question was, did those actually turn out to be the same or not? And just to recall that is what the applicant itself said they were basing the claim on, and not just me. And so we will conclude at the end of the hearing with our respectful request that Borough Council approve the conditional use on the basis of the approved engineering study showing that we satisfy all of the tests in the ordinance. And the point of the argument I was at, I just had a few more left. I was giving a lot of examples of where the answer is seen to be no, they are not the same. These two things are not the same in the case of this permit application, by showing that there were cases where the impact studies were not sufficient to show compliance to the code, even if the impact studies were approved by the borough engineer, because there were examples where people were experiencing violations of the code and the general criteria. So I had a few more examples left. This one was something Elizabeth Casman brought up. She had asked that Dr. Sabato, or Joe Sabato, who was the expert witness for the air quality impact study. Well, does it include emissions associated with disturbing soil that might possibly release or outgas contaminants such as PAHs and PCB? So for instance, oil, I think would count as PCB. And he answered no, and he gave the reasoning for it, and it's I've highlighted it there. He says it becomes difficult to assess the temporary impacts from a project like this to the standards that we have available to us, which is why generally you did not see permitting agencies require construction impacts to be modeled. Construction impacts are less than 2 years, they call temporary. So, so that's an example where the zoning code, the general criteria could be violated, even if the impact study was approved by the borough engineer, because the impact study doesn't include it. And then I thought, so I had brought up something similar, so I decided to show you that. So I had asked, this had been in my cross-exam of Dr. Sabato. I showed note 6 on the Langen drawing that's associated with demolition, and it says the contractor shall demolish all buildings, pavement, etc., where indicated within the limit of disturbance. Edges of pavement demolition shall be saw cut, demolished, concrete and asphalt shall be crushed to the dimensions indicated on the project geotechnical report and stockpiled for reuse at the site. For all demolition and material reuse shall be in accordance with environmental requirements for the site. This is something that's commonly done now. The EPA redefined what counts as fill because there was so much construction and demolition. It was too much for landfills, so they started to investigate, could we use it as fill, and they did. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that if they were stockpiled, because they're ground up so finely, that is a health challenge. So I asked him about that, and I thought, okay, he already said he explained why he didn't do it for temporary ones. So I said, well, what if they left anything on the site? Did you look at that? And he answered, well, oh yeah, I was just going to show you from the DEP. The DEP, you might say, well, the DEP governs that, right? They would have a permit. Actually, no. You can do all this without a DEP permit. You manage this demolition material as clean fill, and I just want to show you that. So that's kind of was motivation for my question and my concern. And so he answers, well, again, that's not something that was evaluated as part of the emission estimates in the analysis. So we see that they're really not looking at the same thing. And then I think this is the last one. This is kind of a general point. I had asked him about the truck trips that he uses, how he the truck trips that he uses in his study. And he says, my analysis is based off the transportation impact studies. That is the extent of my knowledge. It's an input to my study. So he doesn't really go back and think about which truck trips he should model. He just used for the purposes of calculating the air emissions, he uses the inputs from the transportation impact studies. And so that's another thing because concern, because this was a picture that he showed in his presentation, and Elizabeth Casman had asked him, why do you not have any trucks? So the blue are the truck trips, because there's people here, and shouldn't you be calculating the emissions from that? And he said, well, I was using the truck trips from the transportation impact study, and they're concerned about intersections. And so that's why they did it that way. But you can see the obvious question. Well, but if you're going to model it differently for air emissions that would impact people, then then maybe it doesn't make sense. I think she asked him that. And then they just went on. So that's another example. But I'm going to go on now. I'd given more examples before that. So I'm done with those examples. I want to find the point of these critiques of the impact study methodology is to test this question: are these the same? Now, recall, similar to points mentioned in discussing the traffic impact study, the conclusion of which was there's no material detrimental impact on the community, versus compare that to examples I gave of severe adverse effects on people living near the site, right at site driveway B. There were school children that play on the field right up against the Greensburg Pike. There were people who live right along Greensburg Pike, and so on. And why is that against the code? Well, because it speaks about requirements of effects of any person. So the proposed use shall not involve any element or cause any condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to any other property or persons. And we had many people saying that they did object to that. So now I'm going to go on to a new topic, and that has to do with the realistic assumptions, are the assumptions in the air impact study methodology, were they realistic? And other critiques made by other objectors had to do with the assumptions being unrealistic. So I'm not going to go into detail, I'll just refer you to those. But what I want to do is raise this question of what the significance of that is. What is the relationship between impact studies and reality? So I want to look carefully.
Mr. Rob, we're going to object. I mean, this presentation has grown from 57 pages to 115. Dr. Sterrett has already testified that she is not an expert in anything. So we would request that the presentation just be submitted, especially where she is just reading from slide to slide.
I'm going to overrule that objection, Mr. Gallagher. I would ask Ms. Sterrett to, continue to try to efficiently move through her presentation, understanding that we have a lot of people we're trying to get through tonight. But I'm not sure she said she's not an expert in anything, but I understand that she did admit that she's not an expert in a number of the study areas that she's discussing. But I think her testimony can still be relevant, and the weight of that testimony will be determined by Borough Council. So go ahead, Dr. Sterrett. And again, if you could please try to efficiently keep moving things along. But at the same time, I have noticed that you're speaking a little bit quickly sometimes. And so we want to keep things easy for the court reporter. So if you could go ahead and just try to remember to slow your speech down a little bit while you continue to move through your presentation. Thank you.
Excuse me, Gavin.
Yes.
Matt Castiglia, Churchill Borough Council. Do we know, is this presentation, it looks like it's been edited since it was started. Was that resubmitted so that it was posted for all of us to re-review?
I'll ask Dr. Sterrett that question.
What exactly is the question? It was never posted. So,
okay, so we will ask you to submit this this presentation upon conclusion of your testimony. As you recall, we had asked everyone to submit their exhibits in advance if possible. So if you could make sure you submit this to Mr. Graziani after your testimony today, we'd appreciate it.
Oh, definitely. Okay.
Thank you.
So how are the inputs for the traffic impact study or transportation impact study determined? That's a key study. As we saw, the inputs go into the air quality impact study, the noise. Well, it's an interesting story. So in the application for a conditional use permit, which was submitted in December 2020, there was a letter acknowledging the receipt of the application by the borough engineer, and he wrote the following: a conditional use application dated December 2, 2020, was received by the borough of Churchill on December 8th, but on December 16th, the Developers Council informed the borough that the traffic impact study submitted in August of 2020 is the one to use. And then they said the borough acknowledges that there have been additional comments and responses exchanged between the developer's traffic engineer and the reviewing bodies. Okay, so Chris Prist explained the process of, this is his explanation of how the inputs are picked. It starts out with a scoping meeting with the responsible parties involved. So in this case, PennDOT, Allegheny County, Churchill. You run through the study assumptions, the study area intersections, where you anticipate the traffic going through, coming from. Once you iron all that out, you have these study assumptions confirmed, and then you move on performing the analysis. And he talks about the process of how they were told to use higher numbers. And he says the borough and PennDOT directed us to use a different method using ITE that generated even higher traffic volumes than our proposal. Even higher traffic volumes than what the client's schedule had indicated. This is his account of it. And so at that point, the traffic volumes for employees and the traffic volumes for trucks were determined. Now, as I'll show, it seems that conversations between the developer's engineer and the reviewing bodies actually started earlier than that. Evidently, by late May 2020, Langen had proposed using an estimate of 15 truck trips during the peak AM hour and 18 truck trips during the peak PM hour. But both PennDOT and Gateway came back and they said, well, the way we calculate it, we get 68 truck trips during the peak AM hour and 64 during the peak PM hour. So that's kind of a big difference. So the question is, how are these differences resolved? And so the way it was resolved in this case was that Gateway Engineering is Churchill Borough's engineering firm, but it was Kyle Brown instead of Dennis Flynn is who we usually see. He proposed an alternate methodology that would yield something in between. And this is explained in the email dated May 2020. And it reads as follows. We've gone through the ITE data as it relates to trucks, developed a methodology to reduce the peak hour truck trips to something we feel is a good compromise between what Langen proposed and what we provided in our latest review letter. We feel as though the methodology is defensible and could be supported if necessary. Below is a summary of the end results, comparing the scenarios, as well as a summary of the justification behind the alternate method. Now, all I've shown here is I don't have the justification. All I'm showing here is what the alternate methodology yields. And you see it yields something in between an AM peak of 46 trips and a PM peak of 38 truck trips. Now, how is that tied to reality? I mean, how's that tied to what the actual, actual trips are? Well, notice the reasoning behind it. It's a good compromise. We feel the methodology is defensible, could be supported, and then noting how much it reduces the truck trips from what they had previously recommended. So if we think about the reasoning in the email, it's not obviously a rationale for why an input would give more accurate results. So why exactly then would the borough engineers it looks more like a negotiation with Langen over the assumed values of the peak truck trips. So if we were going to do a study that aimed to identify actual impacts, Gateway would give a critical review of what is accurate for the study, not something that's a compromise. So this actually came up in a planning commission meeting. The planning commission inquired about impact studies in the borough engineer reviews of them. And this is the minutes of the April 4th, 2021 planning commission meeting. Dick Kelly says this is from the minutes, but I actually viewed the video also, and it's fairly accurate. So I'm just going to use the minutes. Dick Kelly said one of his biggest concerns is the traffic impact. He inquired about the traffic study. Will we have our own traffic impact study, or will the borough rely on the study submitted by the applicant? Dennis Flynn, Mr. Flynn says the Gateway will not be doing a separate study, and then he asks Kyle Brown to answer the question. And he comes in on the meeting and notes that the study being conducted by Langen was scoped by PennDOT, Allegheny County, and the borough. And he says that the validity of the data and analysis is verified to be correct and accurate as to determining how much traffic is being generated from the site. So that, you know, what does that mean? Does that mean he went and got a promise from them, or what does it mean? So let's look again at what Chris said when he's explaining where the traffic inputs come from. He says, the inputs for our study were primarily based on the review agency's input. Now, I just want to note that I did look at the latest, and the latest in the June 2021 traffic impact study is even lower, but actually that makes sense because I looked at the proportions to the previous, and they're almost exactly the same proportion as the reduction in square footage. So I think that comes from the same place. But the words here can be a little misleading. It says, based on the client-specific traffic data projections for this end user. So does that mean it came from the end user? But if you look at it, it's really data projections for this end user. It doesn't say that it came from the end user. And then at the bottom, where I have it marked, ITE methodology was utilized in agreement with PennDOT, Churchill Borough, and Allegheny County. So is input to the traffic impact study when in Kyle Brown's word verified to be correct and accurate as far as to determining how much traffic is being generated from the site? And this was to answer Dick Kelly's question. I guess I find it hard to reconcile this response to Dick Kelly's question with the comments that are in the email that he wrote in May 2020, when he said, we feel the methodology is defensible, could be supported, and it's a good compromise. Now, the quotes in the email are from May 2020, so maybe there's been a change. But Chris' comments made during this public hearing that the numbers did not come from the end user, but the review agencies, that's consistent with the 2020 email. So I think that what Chris is describing is from the 2020 email. So if the numbers didn't come from the end user, it's not clear to me how the values used in this impact study, which is a key for this project, were determined to be, quote, accurate. Rather, it seems that impact studies are part of the process of permitting, and the models and the inputs to them can be chosen accordingly, by which I mean by defensible methodologies for generating data rather than verified data or getting commitments to limit truck trips to a certain peak rate. So this is relevant to the question we talked about because I want to compare the aim of the traffic impact study to the aim of the zoning code. And we're really, these might be different if we want to ask questions about compliance with the zoning code. So if we wanted to demonstrate that the proposal meets a section of the zoning code, which really deals with impacts that are going to be experienced by individuals, we'd need something that is either a commitment or more firmly based in reality. In fact, in particular, we'd want empirical data on which to base an estimate of the impact of the proposed project on the risk of traffic accidents. That's one of the most severe things, and that's the kind of thing that the zoning code is especially interested in terms of health, safety, and welfare of individuals, of persons. So, well, what about that? Well, the traffic impact study submitted to the Borough of Churchill did not include the appendix on crash analysis. There was an appendix listed crash analysis in the transportation impact study, but there was instead a note, and the note said, oh, sorry. Yeah, well, I can show you what the note said. Well, I'll tell you what the note says in a minute. But why it's, how it's related to my argument, 304-31 says a proposed use shall not cause any condition that may be dangerous to persons. And so the concern that this permitting decision by Churchill might cause a condition that may be dangerous or injurious, in fact, the zoning code says to any persons, to people who travel on Churchill roads or on the Parkway East, since they might be at risk of increased crashes from additional traffic as a result of permitting this facility in this location, that seems a reasonable concern. And I think all of us who drive cars know from experience that large rigs on roads used by cars can create visibility problems for the drivers of the cars. So if we don't have the crash analysis, what can we use? So there is some evidence. There's a Parkway East report. This was actually on the borough's website. This gives us some empirical information about accidents at these intersections and on the Parkway. So some observations that were in that study. This is Sterrett Exhibit 16. The Parkway East is heavily congested, widely known as one of the most significant traffic bottlenecks in the region. They include the eastbound lane drop at Churchill. What about, and then the alternate routes that people use to avoid that are Old William Penn Highway and Rodi Road or Nottingham Drive, and Old William Penn Highway and Beulah Road. They also noted that crash rates are above the average. You look at that difference, 1.01 crash per million vehicle miles versus the average of 0.56 on similar transportation facilities throughout most of the study corridor. So that's some information we have. Another thing we might do, since we don't have since the borough wasn't given the crash analysis report, we could look. The borough could look at, well, what about other places where they have built distribution centers? Well, Carlisle is one, and it's not just one; it's many, many distribution centers. And I saw news that they're going to have to widen I-81 and add an extra lane. And from a report where they looked into this, for the section in Carlisle from these certain mile markers, there were 246 crashes in 2012. Some were fatal. They conclude that these two 7-mile sections are among the highest. The one is the highest, and the other is the 4th highest in terms of crashes. So I just want to show what that looks like. So these two 7-mile, it's this region, I think is 4th highest, and this is the highest. It's a little surprising though where the distribution centers are. They're actually a whole bunch here. I don't know, they're really quite visible on the map. I mean, even a very large building is smaller than it. And so you can see them all here. And it was in this section. So when I say downstream, most of them are going to up towards Harrisburg, and that's in this direction. So what we see is that there's a lot of crashes here, yeah, but then as you get further downstream, it's the highest crash rate. So I wouldn't want to draw specific quantitative conclusions, but I would notice that car crashes, I was surprised. I thought it might be truck crashes. It was car crashes increased downstream of where the large distribution centers were located. And they're going to have a very costly lane widening project. So another thing that's local is there was an article in Pittsburgh Magazine just 2 years ago, top Pittsburgh suburbs. And actually Churchill was ranked very low for traffic, which included a number of factors. One of the factors in the ranking was crashes per miles of road. So in the chart taken from the article, I had trouble making this an exhibit because it has dynamic tables in it, but I've given the reference. You can see, I don't know if you can see it, but it's 8.44 is the ratio of crashes per mile in the borough. And you can compare that to some others. It's high. I think it's at least in the top 10% of the neighborhoods. So recall that 304-31 says the proposed use shall not cause any conditions that may be dangerous to any other property or persons. So given the statistics on the last slide, people are concerned that the roads might be at risk of increased crashes. I think those are reasonable concerns. Now, we know that some of the intersections were not originally designed for 18-wheeler tractor trailer turns. Many people have mentioned that. We know that some of the entrance and exit ramps were not originally designed for large trucks, and furthermore, that they are a challenged, it's an understatement for them to negotiate. Okay. So I would personally be concerned about 3 that I know personally from using: William Penn at Graham Boulevard, William Penn at Old, the on-ramp to traveling west at Old Gate, and Beulah Road at Penn, which everybody of course has been talking about. Now, why didn't the traffic impact study presentation mention the project's impact on accidents and crashes? And here is the paragraph I told you I would show you. Langen requested crash data for the most recent 5 years from PennDOT in order to identify any existing intersection deficiencies and safety concerns. Due to the confidential nature of crash data, it's going to be in a separately bound appendix and will be submitted with this for review. And I understand that. I understand that when you get that data, it has a little thing on it that says you cannot share it. So I understand why, but what I don't understand is why the confidential details can't be redacted, and that the methodology and relevant conclusions without specifics of individual accidents could be provided. So I asked the borough for it, saying, take out the confidential stuff, just give me the stuff that's the report. What's the methodology? What's the conclusion? What's it based on? And I was surprised to hear that the borough does not have the crash analysis document, because I thought, how can council be requested to consider approving this project without knowing what the crash analysis says? It seems to me, as I've argued, that it's relevant to meeting the zoning code. So Alex told me, here are the rules if you really want to get it. And I did, and I eventually got it. And I can share with you, I believe, the non-confidential one. There's a few pages that don't have that prohibition on it. This is one of them. Conclusion. Based on this evaluation of crash data provided for the most recent 5-year period, no improvements are recommended as part of the development to address any existing safety deficiencies. And I've taken out the part about what metric they used. That's just the conclusion they reached using the metric that they used to decide whether improvements were required. But I did look at the intersections I was concerned about, and you can see I have them here. William Penn at Grand Boulevard, there were 9 crashes, 2 head-on. William Penn at Old Gate Road, that's Gate Road. That's the on-ramp traveling west. There were 6 crashes, 3 were rear-end crashes. Beulah Road and William Penn, there were 18 crashes in that 5-year period. So looking at the intersection I was concerned about, I will tell you that I am still concerned about crashes at these places if thousands of trucks per week are added to these roads around Churchill. But what is the question that the conclusion of the crash analysis, which said there's nothing, no improvements required, what is it answering? Well, it's not really answering the question that the zoning code needs answered. They were looking in terms of any existing safety deficiencies. So putting aside the issue of whether I agree with their conclusion, it's unclear why the question that the applicant's report addresses is existing safety deficiencies. It seems what we want is a report that asks and answers the question concerning what's expected to happen if traffic is added, starting from the actual empirical data about the crashes that have occurred in the past. I know you can't see into the future, but that's what we're asking when we ask for data about a proposal. And the data should inform analysis about kinds of conditions coincident with crashes to help inform judgments from that empirical data as to what to expect when the dangerous and congested situations that lead to crashes occur much more frequently. So based at least on the report that I was able to obtain, I don't see that. And that is just obviously, to me, very, very obviously needed to answer whether it complies with 304-31. So the limited scope of the crash analysis doesn't really provide us assurance that the zoning code requirement has been met. Sorry, this got smaller. So based on this issue alone, I say to council members, you should say no. Now I'm going to change the topic and discuss what conditional use criteria are for. Could you give me a minute to make my slides a little bigger? I don't know what happened. There we go. Now, conditional use permits can be denied, but if they're allowed, they often have conditions attached. What are those conditions for? Well, this is from the municipal planning code. So it may not be exactly the same as what you see other places on the borough website, which are kind of paraphrases of this. These are in addition to those expressed in the ordinance.
Mr. Robb, I mean, we're going to object again. These are all questions of law, and the statute states what the statute states and the ordinance states what the ordinance states. They're documents.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection, but Dr. Sterrett, I do agree with Mr. Gallagher that we don't need to repeat the language of the statute, but if you could just kind of keep things moving and get to your point here, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, I did not know that people knew what the statute was. So,
And Dr. Sterrett, just to be clear, the statute is, we can take judicial, the council can take notice
okay,
because the statute is the statute, so they can research that on their own. I think what we want to make sure is we're focusing on your input and not a recitation of what the legal standard is.
okay, I'll just give reference to legal things then. Okay, so what I've noticed is that some boroughs and municipal councils have not realized that they can deny a conditional use permit, and I give one example of that. And some property owners have thought that they were entitled to conditional use permits when in fact they were not, and I give two examples of that. This example is Oakmont and HHI Trucking. I have a article from the Post-Gazette that I cite just to give highlights. They requested approval and there was a lot of opposition, but the Oakmont Council didn't know that it could deny the conditional use request. So they just attached a lot of conditions. And as I told you, Council, this was consistent with what there's been a lot of people have been contacting me and telling me, well, you know, what you should do is focus on the conditions. That's what you should do. So I understand being told that. And then what happened was HHI Trucking got the permit, but they appealed some of the conditions. And the court denied borough the right to establish those conditions. So I think there's two lessons here. Borough councils can deny conditional use permit applications if the application has not shown that it meets all the requirements. And once a borough council approves a conditional use permit, though, the permit holder can sometimes successfully appeal the condition, but still keep the permit. So examples, and here I'll just cite the case. Here I've given the, it's Mardell Holdings, and in 2018, 2019, and I give the reference on the slide. Just to quote, the board is the sole judge of credibility of witnesses and the weight to be afforded their testimony. That was a point that was made. The applicant did not realize that in this case. And also further, the board is free to reject even uncontradicted testimony that it finds lacking in credibility, including testimony offered by an expert witness, and it does not abuse its discretion, the council, the borough council in this case, by choosing to believe the opinion of one expert over that offered by another. It's up to the borough council. Another one is this case, AMA, American Marketing Association. I have the reference on the slide.
Dr. Sterrett, I think we can, and I apologize for the interruption, but I think this is probably a good time to point out the difference between legal argument versus providing facts and evidence in support of your position. So at the close of the hearing, council is going to invite all of the party objectors, whether represented by council or not, to submit proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, essentially legal arguments in support of their respective positions. So that would be the appropriate time to make the legal arguments that you're making. Not this is the time to provide testimony and evidence in support of your position, not to make legal arguments.
Well, what does it mean to present your case then?
Well, it means to provide data, your position, your personal observations, your, you could certainly, you just want to stay out of the legal argument realm. So citing case law at this point in a conditional use hearing is not the appropriate time to do it. If you want to propose legal conclusions upon the close of the hearing, as I mentioned, council will be inviting the attorneys and the party objectors to do that. But this is the time where we're trying to get through the testimony of the individual party objectors and not hear all the legal arguments from the different sides. And I apologize because it is a little nuanced and you're not an attorney. So I'm trying to work with you because it is, You know,
Oh,
it works a little bit different.
Yeah, I thought once we presented our case, that was it then. We didn't get to do anything else.
You will not get to speak again, but we will invite at the end of the hearing, as is standard practice for a complicated case like this, proposed written findings that can be reviewed by counsel and helping them make their decision. That can include legal arguments. But that's just not. It's not if we let every, including the attorneys involved here, make all the legal arguments during the actual public hearing portion of the case, we'd literally probably never complete the case. So we really need to keep moving and just get your factual testimony and evidence on this matter.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to say to council members that we residents, we rely on you. You have a lot of power. So I can send the slides with these legal history to council?
Yes, that would be fine. I think you said you would submit your entire presentation as your exhibit.
Yeah, so what I want to do is I have a section here on the municipal zoning powers that tell you how powerful you are, not as an expert, but the law is for everybody, but for just submitting some things that are not that well known because they're recent. But this is for lay people. This is not a legal document, but it's something that lawyers recommend to people to read so that they understand. And one of the things that I did want to say is that any unreasonable environmental degradation resulting from permitting or legislation can now be challenged in court on constitutional grounds, and that's a fairly recent situation. So going back to things that aren't legal anymore, I was just about done actually when you stopped me. So there's other major impacts the project could have, and some of these are environmental. The borough's website describes conditional use permits for land uses that have a significant impact. So because of the enlarged hardscape and the large disturbance of the natural landscape, I think that there's questions arise that need to be answered in a water quality impact study. There's things like water flows through the property, things like the demolished building materials. Are you going to assume perfect detection and removal of the contaminated stuff, or 10% or what? But at any rate, the impact on water has to be examined, and then on wetlands. I didn't see a separate water quality report. So what does the applicant say about this? In their zoning narrative, they say a stormwater management report addressing the water quality impacts associated with the distribution center has been submitted to the borough for review. So that's how they said that they met the water quality impact. This is the zoning narrative says, here's how we meet each one. That's legal, but it's related. Okay. So I just include a document for borough to say there's other things besides stormwater runoff. And I just have a document from the NEPA that lists other things. And I'll include that and give that to you. Stream water quality, wetlands quality, and groundwater quality. Another one is urban heat island effects. This is a special use. I shouldn't say special use. This is a very unusual project, and so it has unusual effects on the neighborhood. This is from Exhibit 7, and it's the EPA guides on urban heat island effects. Highly developed urban areas, which are characterized by 73%, highly developed urban areas have less surface moisture available for evapotranspiration. Okay. Now, well, maybe I think that's important, but is that necessarily part of the zoning code? Well, actually, it is. The Churchill Borough Zoning Code does require via reference to the comprehensive plan, and I've included those documents. So when we actually look at the project, what parts are of concern? Well, the removal of 1,400 mature trees and 20 acres of natural ground cover has, in addition to the other things people have mentioned, it contributes to the urban heat island effect. Increasing the hardscape from about 30% or whatever, that also contributes to it. And I've included the document here that that says that those are factors from the EPA in increasing the urban heat island effect. Urban geometry. So the concern is that when you have a lot of, in a city, you have a lot of buildings together, they act as one big thermal mass, and that means they can't release their heat very well. Well, that means that nighttime atmospheric heat islands can have serious health implications for urban residents during heat waves, and this is the subject of many studies. Well, Churchill Creek actually has one big building, so that's already a large thermal mass. So that seems like that would be an effect that we'd want to see some impact reported on. And then there's a special one that I thought might arise in this project. At night, urban canyons generally impede cooling as buildings and structures can obstruct the heat that's being released from urban infrastructure. And the question of whether there'll be an urban canyon created by the 60-foot high retaining wall and sound barrier. Another is the material selection. So the material's heat capacity, which is its ability to store heat, that affects the urban heat island effect. And so again, that's just a matter of choice in this project. That's something that would be included in such an impact study. So what did the applicant establish in terms of impacts on health from urban heat islands? I didn't see anything that specifically did, but the Planning Commission memo, this is Sterrett Exhibit 6, did include as one of the conditions, create separate overflow parking for peak use that's a pervious service to reduce heat island effect. So at least it was recognized, and this little feature was put in as a condition to address it, but that's not the same as sort of analyzing it and quantifying what the effects are. So I guess my point is that I think that these two concerns could be discussed in an EIS, an environmental impact statement, and a water quality impact statement if an applicant chose to do so. So meeting those 7 tests could address it, but in this case, they didn't seem to. So I would ask that have all the additional 7 tests even been nominally met, because G under 37.1 does say the applicant shall prepare an environmental impact study identifying impacts to air quality, water quality. So EIS and a water quality. Okay, so that's part of my case of why you should say no. And then more generally, since the applicant's case is based on impact studies which do not address the requirements of 304-31 criteria for approval, and the examples, I gave the slide numbers to look at there, you can say no, and therefore I ask council to take into consideration the specific points that I and other residents are making that clearly show that the impact studies do not address the requirements of the Churchill Borough zoning codes, and therefore that you should say no. Now, I had showed earlier the different parts of the code that I think need to be looked at. It's not just those 7 tests, which the 7 tests are all underneath here, 37.1, but there's all these other ones. And I've made a checklist so that you can see which ones I meant, and those are exhibits 2 and 3, and I provide them to you for your use. And I conclude you can say no to the permit now if the zoning code is not met and the applicant can't do anything about it or much. That's maybe an exaggeration, but if you say yes, the applicant can then it's really irreversible. Once they get the permit, they really have a lot of rights then, and they can even say no to the conditions. And so I say to Borough Council, thank you, do the right thing.
Thank you, Dr. Sterrett. Do you have any other testimony or evidence to present tonight?
Not that I'm permitted, I understand.
What, I mean, are you asking to present something else, to be clear, for the record?
Can you tell me what else can be permitted?
Unfortunately, I cannot provide you any kind of legal advice.
Okay. All right, that's all I had prepared, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Dr. Sterrett. We now have Dr. Sterrett available for cross-examination, as we have been in the order we've been throughout. If there are any questions from Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Metz, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Dr. Sterrett, good evening. Can you please identify what university you're employed with presently?
Relevance, Gavin?
Well, I think you testified at length and about, well, I'll let Mr. Gallagher respond to that. What's your response to the relevance objection, Mr. Gallagher?
Well, she testified on a number of subjects. I'm just trying to get an understanding of her expertise in anything.
Well, I don't believe that she rendered any opinion testimony which would require a
Well,
qualification as
Mr.
an
Ferguson, I don't
expert.
believe you represent Dr.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Dr. Sterrett, please answer the question.
Well, before you do that, I can join in her response to an objection, because I believe that, if an objection is made to a witness who's asserting the same arguments as Churchill future, rather than us putting on the same testimony, I think we can defend her objection.
The record reflects,
wanna-
you join. Dr. Sterrett, hold on one moment. We have to just take care of the
Okay,
objection
sorry.
first. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. The record reflects you joining Dr. Sterrett's objection. It's overruled. Go ahead, Dr. Sterrett.
Okay. I am employed by Wichita State University.
Okay, and what department are you in at Wichita State University?
The Department of Philosophy.
Okay. Are you a professional traffic operations engineer?
Again, relevance.
Well, Dr. Sterrett, you testified at length, not necessarily giving expert opinions, but about traffic matters. So I think the applicant has the right to know whether or not you have expertise in that particular subject.
I believe I already said at least once that I am not a registered engineer in anything.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. I see Ms. Yankes has her hand up, so we'll allow her to ask questions of Dr. Sterrett if she has them. Go ahead, Ms. Yankes. Alex, can you find her?
There I am. I unmuted.
There you go. Go ahead,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Yankes.
It showed up finally. Thank you, Gavin. So, Dr. Sterrett, I wondered if you could bring up the traffic accidents at William Penn and Graham again, or if it's too much, I'll just ask you my question, which is how many accidents? Do you remember how many accidents there were?
Well, I wasn't responsible for the facts, but there was, I think, 9, 6, and 18 were for the 3 intersections, and 18 was the one at Beulah, and so it was either 9 or 6 at Graham and Penn.
Okay, and that was for 5 years? Or was that per year for 5 years?
Let me remember what the study was. That was the information, and again, I don't know how complete it was. That was the information that was in the Langen's crash analysis report. And I took out the pages that were confidential, and they did have some summary information, and that's what I reported. And I believe that they said they collected it or they got it from PennDOT for 5 years.
For 5 years, and so we're not sure whether that's per year or for 5 years.
So I think it's 5 years.
Well, I live at that intersection, and I don't think that, what is it, 9 or 13 at that intersection?
Ms. Yankes, just to remember, this is your time to ask questions of Dr. Sterrett. You will have time to testify about traffic safety or whatever else you want to be testifying when it comes time for your case.
That's true. I'm not going to argue that case, though. This is a point outside of it, in which is that since I live here, I've seen an awful lot more than those. So
Yeah. I was just reporting what Langen had, and there's often caveats that say this is what we were given, and some of the years are incomplete. Although I thought that the years that were incomplete were after 2018. So they collected, I think the latest one was 2018, so it would be complete. Yeah. So the thing is that data collection is Yeah, I'm not testifying. I'm just telling you what I'm attesting to is that that's what's on the page of
I
land.
realize, I caught that. So I would question those numbers, having lived here and been woken up in the middle of the night many times by accidents.
I'm sorry.
I know it's tough, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Yankes.
You're welcome.
Alex, is there anyone else with a hand up? I'm sorry, were you done, Ms. Yankes? I should have asked first. I think you said you were.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Anyone else, Alex?
I don't see anyone with their hand up, but council may have questions.
Right. Anyone in the council chambers? Looks like Mr. Collins has a question.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Trying to unmute myself.
Yeah, don't worry about there. Just, I've got you unmuted in the room.
Okay, thanks, Gavin.
Go back to Mr. Collins. If you go back to mute yourself, I think you're getting the main microphone in that room.
Hello? Can you hear
Yeah,
me
we
now?
can hear you. We
Okay,
can hear you.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. Sterrett. I have a quick question. Do you have any thoughts on what the environmental impact would be if that site was left as it is for another 20 years?
Well, I'm not an expert, so I'm going to give my opinion as, a general lay person. What I know from reading, which is, I think they found out about lead. At first, they tried to grind it all away, and then they realized the best thing in many cases, which we found out on our house, the best thing was to seal it up. And so we had some asbestos tile, and we put on a certain kind of coating that sealed it all up. And I guess I feel, to me, the same thing, that disturbing it is creating opportunities for contamination is the way I feel. So not testifying as an expert, but as someone who reads a lot about this, teaches a lot about environmental ethics and engineering ethics, read a lot of cases. To me, I think that the EPA often even finds they have to decide, would it be worse to dig it up or would it be worse to leave it there? And since this is not that contaminated in terms of soil, but it's the buildings, to grind up the buildings and to dig up the soil and stir it around, to me, that seems worse. That's my opinion. You asked my opinion, and that's what I gave.
Thank you.
Anyone else in council chambers?
The mayor has a question.
I see that. Just want to make sure we have any other council members who are Zooming. Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. My question was with your traffic studies, was it broken down into whether they were vehicles or trucks, the involvement in those accidents? Was it cars and cars or trucks and trucks?
Yeah, I don't think so in that study, but you know what? All this information is available at PennDOT's site, and you can actually create reports. So I actually did, although I didn't show it and put it in I actually did one for trucks and cars, but it's just not broken down by intersection. But you can find out how many truck crashes there were and car crashes. And so I think I can give the exhibit if you'd like. And I think the one I did for heavy trucks, there were some years when there were a whole bunch, like 10, and then some years when there were like almost 1 or 0. So you can actually go and find that out, I guess is what I'm telling you, but it wasn't broken down as far as I could see. They just said crashes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Alex, you see anyone else?
So having gone through the chamber, if you can hear me okay.
We can hear you.
One quick question. Dr. Sterrett, you were speaking to the number of crashes and the widening of the freeway, and you had spoken about the Carlisle area. And I just want to make sure I'm got apples to apples. I think your information is very important, and I look forward to kind of going through it. So I'm glad you're able to provide it, because I know you weren't able to say all of it. But I'm also trying to figure out, so I'm looking online, and do you know the number of warehouses that are in that area?
Oh, it's huge. I don't know the exact number, but it's got to be dozens. some are huge and some are smaller. And yeah, it's not just one or two or even 4 or 5.
Yes. I can't find the number of warehouses. I am able to show that roughly 13,000 warehouse workers. So,
Yeah.
and so I'm trying to put that in the context of accidents, but thank you. That was my only question, is the number of warehouses.
Yeah.
So,
And the number of crashes was many, many times more. That was 1 year was 265 in one stretch. So
excellent.
it's
Thank you.
concerning.
Okay, Dr. Sterrett, I think that is all the questions for you. So thank you very much for providing your testimony. And again, if you could make sure you submit your exhibits and presentation. I think you may have already submitted many of your exhibits already, but your presentation to Mr. Gaziani, we would appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Alex, do we have Ms. Ransom? And I will search as well. At this point, this is the third meeting in a row that we've tried to bring Ms. Ransom up. Would remind everyone, if it is due to technological issues that you're not able to provide testimony, Borough Council is accepting written submissions of testimony. So Ms. Ransom, if you're possibly on here and just unable to participate for whatever reason, we would welcome any kind of written submissions and evidence that you'd like to submit. Let's see. So that moves us to, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have Mr. Anthony Wilson as the next party objector. Does that line up with your agenda?
That is correct.
Great. Mr. Wilson, if you could raise your hand, identify yourself, and we'll.
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. Hold on one second and I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Which
Thank you,
reminds me,
President.
do we want to swear anyone in tonight who wasn't sworn in? Did we cover that? I'm sorry if we did.
We did cover that at the outset.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Wilson, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was. Thank you. Earlier today.
Thank
you. I first want to thank you, the Churchill Borough Council, for allowing me to make this presentation. In addition, I'm grateful for all of the previous presentations, not in favor of the logistics warehouse in Churchill Borough. I'd like to share my screen right now. My presentation has been made available, excuse me, on the Churchill Borough website. The focus of my presentation is that our children do deserve better. I'm a father of 6 children, 3 that currently live with me, 3 adopted sons that currently live with me. And my family is made up of myself, my wife. I do have a senior at Woodland Hills High School who happens to be the head drum major at Woodland Hills High School. Along with a 13 and 9-year-old boys. As I said previously, they are all adopted. So my family and I, we reside at 828 Graham Boulevard, which is...
Can you unmute us? Mr. Wilson?
Yes?
I think you mentioned you were going to share a presentation. We don't see that.
Oh, you don't? Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure I share screen. There we go. Let me see. Right here. Can you see it now?
We can see that now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the mishap there. In addition to the fact that we live on Graham Boulevard, which is a route directly on the route of the trucks that would be traveling from the logistics facility. One of the things I want to state is the fact that it's very unfortunate that with something this important, that we have to do this not in person and with using technology. It's too bad that we cannot meet in person. That would really have, I think personally, I think it would have a better impact. But anyway, aside from that, currently where we reside, we have little, if any, 18-wheel traffic. And from what I understand from previous testimonials and examples, that that is going to increase to approximately 1 truck every 7 minutes. And I'll be frank with you, I'm no expert. I don't want to have that question brought to me, but I am a father, a very concerned parent of the neighborhood. I've resided in this community for about 20 years. And one of the things that I can only imagine is the impact that many vehicles at such a frequent pace is going to have, not only just on the immediate homes in that on that route, but also for the community as a whole. So, I mean, that's my primary concern. My middle son, the 13-year-old Isaiah, actually every morning leaves our home, walks down Graham Boulevard to Greensburg Pike and Marbury to catch the bus to go to Dixon. On his way back from home, he takes that same route in reverse to come back home. And as anyone that lives in this neighborhood knows, first of all, that is a very small route for these big vehicles to be traveling on. What I picture, I think of the number of vehicles that go across that small bridge that connects Greensburg Pike with Graham Boulevard. It's a very small route. And if you look at the condition of that bridge now, I can only imagine what the condition of that bridge will be with this amount of traffic traveling on it every day. To me, it just blows my mind that we're even considering a logistics warehouse in a residential community. I'm very familiar with the company that's moving into the property. In fact, I'm sure there are a lot of people who use their services. However, I am not aware that any of their warehouses or any logistics warehouses should be located in a residential community. That is my biggest concern. Not only just the traffic, but when you look at, let me get my presentation rolling here. Oh man, come on, let's see here. There we go, okay. There are a number of schools. We have Pace School, which is pretty much right on Greensburg Pike that the trucks will be traveling in front of. And in addition to Pace School, there's also Woodland Hills High School. Now, I'll be frank with you, I have no idea what their positions are. I'm sure that they are probably in favor of it. They may be getting money for all I know. I don't know this for sure, but I'm just saying my concern is not the position of the districts or the school, but it is the children that either have to walk to that school or who attend that school. And one of the things that I mean, this is nothing, as King Solomon once said, there's nothing new under the sun. So as far as a logistics warehouse, I am sure this is not the first logistics warehouse that has been proposed or is being proposed to be set up in a residential community. Someone stated earlier, I'm not sure who the person was, but when they stated the mission or the purpose of Churchill Borough, it is not an industrial or commercial district. When I moved here 20 years ago, it wasn't because I was looking for an industrial district. I was looking for a nice school district. I was looking for a good residential community. But aside from that, in this, I pulled this up. This is from 2018. Now, granted, this is in California. I'm not exactly sure of what the environment is. However, when you look at just some of the highlighted areas, toxic diesel emissions having long-term effects on the children that are going to be walking to the school, that are going to be attending the school, the trucks idling, the trucks traveling to and from the warehouse. I mean, this is something that I just see as not a benefit for this community. It really isn't. I don't see the benefit of it. Not only that, there's a warehouse realistically that's adjacent to a school and the homes. Before, when I first moved here, the Westinghouse research community was sort of on its way out. However, the traffic that was going to and from that facility was people that worked there. It wasn't 18-wheelers. It wasn't every 7 minutes an 18-wheeler driving down Greensburg Pike, Graham Boulevard, William Penn Highway. As the lady stated earlier, the accident rate, there's no doubt it will increase. No doubt. And just think of the impact. I'm sure I can't think of anyone on this call that would want this in their community. I mean, face it. I mean, this is not, I mean, my dream is not to have a logistics warehouse in my backyard, and especially with the trucks traveling. Now, this was from 2018. This is from California. And as I stated earlier, I'm not sure how it lines up with what's going here, but I can say this much. I'm aware of the Amazon facility that is on Rosedale, and I see the amount of trucks that are stacked up there. And that's an industrial, that's a commercial park versus a residential community. Another example, this is more recent from 2021, okay? The health hazards, once again, kids growing up alongside of a logistics warehouse, especially with children having issues with asthma. The poor air quality, I'm sure, is not going to have a beneficial or a positive effect on their health. I mean, this is really something I really hope that Borough Council takes strongly in consideration, that if you were living in this community and you're living along the route, whether it directly impacts you or not, think of your neighbors. Think of the children that attend the schools. Think of the people that live in the community. I will assure you there will be children that are directly affected by the diesel emissions. Not only that, but like I said, my son that catches the bus at Greensburg Pike and Marbury, what is he going to have to do now? He's going to have to look over his shoulder, and there's an 18-wheeler behind his back. It's just amazing that we're talking about this, a logistics warehouse moving here. And I'm going to be real brief. I'm not going to belabor this because, like as I said earlier, I am very grateful for the intellectual and the direct testimonials from people that spoke before me. But my personal issue with this is the fact that I'm going to have every 7 minutes an 18-wheeler going by. So while I'm asleep, while my children are walking to school, while I get up Saturday morning to ride my bicycle, 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm still going to have to dodge 18-wheelers. And as these articles state, I'm not going to read them verbatim. You can see, and we all know that diesel emissions have a direct link to serious health problems. This is not something, no, I'm not a doctor. No, I'm not. Okay. It's also going to cause problems with people that walk. They'll be walking down Greensburg Pike. They'll be walking down Graham Boulevard, enjoying a residential community. But what are they going to be faced with? These big 18-wheelers, 80,000-pound vehicles, making rights, making lefts, traveling up and down the community that we reside. Increased accidents. It's going to decrease people being able to park. It's going to increase travel time for people needing to get back and forth to work. And all I ask is I implore Churchill Borough to vote no on the development of any logistics warehouse in the borough of Churchill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. If you could stop sharing your screen, we'll go back to the full screen here.
Yes, sir.
I did, thank you, almost there. I did want to mention that we have approximately 105 total people participating tonight. I think about 20, the low 20s are panelists, and the rest are the public that are watching. So Mr. Wilson, before you go too far away, I do want to make sure that we want to see if there's any cross-examination questions. So as is our protocol, we'll ask Mr. Metz and Mr. Gallagher first.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. We'll give the rest of the party objectors an opportunity to raise hands if they have any questions for Mr. Wilson. Alex, I'm not seeing anybody, but just want to be sure before we let Mr. Wilson off the hook. All right, Mr. Wilson, I think that's all. So thank you very much for presenting tonight.
Well, I think council.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
I always forget the good
So Mr. Collins, you
members
want
of Borough Council.
Okay. So no, we don't have any questions in the room here.
Thank you, Alex. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, we have Ms. Diana Yankes. Ms. Yankes, if you could step on up, unmute yourself. You're put on your camera if you so choose. And we'll turn it over to you.
I am here.
We can hear you.
Oh, good. I just have one little problem, and that is I don't have my slides open. So give me 1 second.
Take your time.
Where are you, Mr. Slideshow? Sometimes I get way too organized. Let's see. We're working on it all day. Let's see. Key.
Just keep in mind, we do have a court reporter taking down all your commentary.
Oh, okay, that's off the record. Keynote. Okay, I'm almost there. Let's see. Keynote. Well, I invite you to go on to the next speaker. Well, I bring it back up if you like.
No, we can give you some time to bring it up.
I'm so sorry. I think it's going to take a few. Here comes my husband to help, but he won't be able to.
Gavin, this is Chris McMullan. I believe I'm next. I am 100% ready to speak if that helps.
Okay. Well, Ms. Yankes, is that okay with you then? We'll give you a few minutes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. McMullan, we will then go ahead and turn it over to you. Go ahead, sir.
My keynote won't show it.
All right. Okay, so I just have a couple things to say. Thank you, council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christopher McMullan. I live at 830 Grand Boulevard. I have lived in Churchill since 2014. My house is located along the proposed westbound truck route. I strongly object to the proposed distribution center at 1310 Beulah Road. Per the developer, and this appears to be a conservative estimate, 672 truck trips per day, 336 trucks out. 60% of the trucks leaving the facility will be exiting on Greensburg Pike. Those trucks will be then traveling down Grand Boulevard, making a right turn on William Penn Highway, and then another right turn onto 376 westbound. They estimate roughly 8 trucks per hour traveling westbound. Put another way, that's 1 truck every 7 minutes passing by the homes on the Greensburg Pike, 1 truck every 7 minutes passing by my home and the homes of my neighbors on Grand Boulevard. This will be 1 truck every 7 minutes, every single day, every single year for the rest of my life. It is very likely that the number of truck trips will increase over time. I am not a traffic engineer, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, I have been blessed to work from home over the last 16 months. My office has a direct view of Grand Boulevard, and I've been able to observe the traffic on my street 7 days a week, both during the night and during the day. These are my observations. Currently, it is rare that I see a tractor trailer pass by my house. I have never seen more than 5 tractor trailer combinations trucks pass by my home in a single day. Most of the large trucks that pass by my house, and there are not that many, are triaxle dumps, flatbeds, rollbacks, tow trucks, or box trucks, other small commercial vehicles, not tractor trailer combinations. At night, my street is quiet, just a few passenger vehicles an hour, and maybe an occasional tow truck or motorcycle. On the weekends, I might see 1 or 2 tractor trailer combinations in a day, mostly moving trucks. When the tractor trailer combinations pass by my house, I am aware of it because they are loud. Again, this is rare. 1 truck every 7 minutes, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, forever. This will be dangerous, it will be injurious, and it will be noxious to the Churchill community. As you know, 30431 criteria for approval of conditional use shall be approved if and only if it is found to meet the following criteria. C, the proposed use shall not involve any element or cause any condition that might be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to any other property or persons and shall comply with the performance standards of 304-23. Please don't do this to us. This site will ruin the lives of so many of the residents that you were elected to protect. The proposed site will be dangerous, the proposed site will be injurious, and the proposed site will be noxious to me, to you, and to our neighbors. You can and should deny the conditional use application. Stand with us and we will stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMullan. Mr. Metz, Mr. Gallagher, any questions for Mr. McMullan?
No questions.
Okay. We'll give the folks, the other party objectors, an opportunity to ask questions. In the meantime, don't want to forget Borough Council again. So if there are any questions from Borough Council members for Mr. McMullan. And I'm hearing none. I'm seeing no hands raised from any other party objectors with questions for Mr. McMullan. And he was so quick and efficient. I hope Ms. Yankes has had an opportunity to work through her technological issue. So thank you, Mr. McMullan, for your time and your presentation. And we will turn it over then to, hopefully, to Ms. Yankes, and I'll ask her to unmute here. Ms. Yankes,
Go ahead.
how are we coming?
Well, I can see, I need a little help from Alex. My slides are up, but now I can't make the, I don't know how to, I don't have my screen of what's going on here. The Zoom meeting has shrunken and I don't know how I'm going to hit the show slides. So
How about this, Diana? Why don't you direct me to share my screen of the particular slides you're hoping to present? And then that way you could tell me when to advance the slides.
Yes.
Which one are you referring to?
This one.
This one.
Yeah. Just a second, Alex. I have my,
Craig's here.
I need to expand, enlarge the Zoom meeting. So it just
Yeah,
says,
so you should be able to do that in the upper right-hand corner, but in lieu of that, if it's Exhibit 2, you would like me to share.
I
can go
understand.
ahead.
I heard you. Yeah.
But you want to share that,
Yeah. I want to share the screen.
right? So you want to make that big.
No, that's not it. I want this to be, this isn't showing this, that
Right.
raise hand, you know.
Yeah, we're not seeing the share screen buttons and the like.
Understood. As a presenter, those should be located. And again, it depends on what operating system you're coming through. If you've come through the web or you've come through the app, if you're in the Microsoft environment or if you're in the Apple environment. But generally, they're in the middle. of your screen. If you want to look over to the right, you might have a button that says more, for example, and you want
No.
to select that. But
It's
meanwhile,
more.
I do have a 22 slide presentation available that I could share on my screen if you'd like me to go ahead and do
Right.
that.
Well, the trouble is I'm in a shrunken screen. I know where to hit it. Oh, wait, I think my husband just got it. There
And if you put the
we
cursor
go.
over it, it should give you the options to expand it back
Well,
out.
Oh, I can't do anything. I just had my name showing for some reason. Here we go. Here we go. I just see the gallery photos.
Yeah, we're only seeing the gallery view. We're not seeing any options about audio or any of the normal options.
Yeah, so what you want to do is populate your entire desktop or laptop screen with the Zoom field. And then you want to, as
How do you do that?
President Dorn was saying, well, simply on the right hand of the screen, there'll be a shadow boxes by the X that you can click on to expand, or there might be an arrow on the bottom right-hand side. You hit the top of that arrow and it'll point it up and it will expand
No.
it.
We just
Um,
have a gallery. That's all we have.
Yeah, we are actually not seeing any of the normal Zoom controls here.
Okay,
right.
well, that's fine. You're able to be heard. You have a 22 slide presentation that I have
You got it.
queued to
Well,
share
let's
if you
see.
want me to
Yeah,
share
go
that.
ahead, Alex. Go right ahead. All right.
And I assume everybody can see this slide then.
Yes, we can.
All right, so they're numbered. I'll use the numbers as well. Number one, I just wanted to say that I am Diana Yankes and I live at 2210 William Penn Highway, approximately where it intersects with Graham Boulevard. It's certainly viewable and I can hear the traffic. My education, I just want to mention, is from, it's from Digital Equipment Corporation. Maynard, Mass was my sponsor. And I have a MBA from Clark University's Graduate School of Management class of 1986, which is way too dated to have any use in this day and age. But anyways, I also served as a council member, and I'm not going to talk about that experience except for the related training and voting delegate positions I held. The local, can you, am I going too fast?
You're doing just fine, Ms. Yankes.
Oh, thank you. The local government academy includes modules on professional services, including law, as well as state and county agencies that work with the municipal governments. As a voting member to the Turtle Creek Valley Council of Governments, we discussed regional concerns with delegates from adjacent municipalities, learning much about other ways councils operate from Monroeville and Penn Hills, in addition to the Woodland Hills School District communities. The Congress of Neighboring Communities was wonderful. It comprised 30 first-tier municipalities that encircle the city, meeting monthly in plenary session, along with working groups assigned to various agencies, including ACHD, Casman, the Transit Authority, and the Office for Economic Development. These also added a real regional perspective and also how we stand in the kind of a context of regional first-tier communities. So if you move to slide 2, Monsieur. Alex? You got it up?
Yes, it's up.
Oh, okay, great. I'm following my own here. So again, a preface, just a short one. Preceding objectors have covered many of the points I wish to address, especially those who reference maps they've overlaid, because obviously those of you who see my screens, I do a lot of that. So I would like to name these objectors who have contributed already a lot of my concerns, and thank you so much to Ms. Klein, who took up the issue of impact on the suggested westbound corridor to I-376. Dr. Casman for submitting to exhibits several articles I came across independently as well. Dr. Sterrett and Rosada, whose individual slides of annotated satellite views resemble mine. Dr. Ray and Ms. Underwood, who mentioned the demographics concerning the extra burden on residents of the suggested westbound truck route. Ferguson's witnesses, Thornton and Wetzel, whose insights from examining some of the applicant's exhibits were revealing, and ditto for McDonald and Dr. Spertis. I have never met most of these objectors. I only have acquaintance with 2 of them. And so I need to tell you that they didn't influence me except for my own eyes and ears listening and watching to those. So here we go. We see a air quality map from Mr. Sabato, who's also just off the slide. We can assume that these values will increase along with the added operational efficiencies of the facility over time, which if successful will itself increase truck traffic. 2 points. One is it shows its source. Can you go to slide 3, please?
Yes.
Okay. So in slides 3, we see the load. We see that we can see if we just turn it and tilt it a little bit, we can see that the pink area of slide 2 is the near the loading dock, where you see the worst air quality according to the key. So if we go back to 2, which would be great, or you can just remember it. This slide, slide 2, captures a snapshot in time, or maybe an average. I don't know, but the highest concentration of pollutants will change with wind direction, weather, time of day, and season. So assuming that some or all of that cloud is going to be moving along the off the both driveways into the residential areas, my fear is that this map represents only the best case scenario. Slide 4. Now I can't see the presentation, so I'm
Slide 4 is up. This is the buffer map that you have in the focus.
Oh, perfect. Right. Okay. So where the trail of diesel emissions will be driven into residential neighborhoods as such as truck traffic leaving the facility. I already said that. The codes are that I have added are the lines along the routes to the western ramp, and the deep purple, the light purple one, which was you can't see my. I'm outlining it here. But anyways, that assumes overnight 60% of outgoing truck trips, no matter how many they're actually going to be, for 17 hours a day, 7 days a week, 12 months a year, according to the Planning Commission's work. Deep purple assumes the overnight traffic, which you see is coming out the other exit, has a little arrow on it. And that, you go away, that will happen 7 hours a day, 7 days a week, 12 months a year, when the hours of dispersion of pollution spread the farthest. And then no matter how many trucks, then both light and dark purple, I don't know if you can make it out on the ramp, shows that both routes would merge to expose homes to further fumes 24 hours a day. The air quality impact study did not mention this. Slide 5.
It's advanced.
Thank you. Outside of these green circles, we might assume a single exposure to that pink level of pollutants or close to it, because traffic can move theoretically steadily, assuming road surface conditions are safe and it is not during commuter hours. But given that, the properties will have additional exposure if they're on one of the corners, as trucks idle and reaccelerate behind traffic waiting at the lights. So residents at these circled areas will always receive extra exposure. First is the added exposure of one boundary of their property, and the second is passing that same property on the adjacent street. Unless I see that sound walls have been put up. I didn't catch that slide, but I know there will be some to partially protect, hopefully, the homes right by Pace School. And then there's the exposure of while turning and trying to get up to the flow of traffic quickly, probably behind a light as they come off the property. And the TIS did not mention this problem for residents. Slide 6, please.
It's advanced.
Thank you. This is a wonderful heat map, literally, of noise that was submitted. And
Diana, that we have on this slide 6, growth in traffic for future distribution centers. And it's a-
Right.
part.
Okay, diesel engines have a 20 to 30-year life cycle if well maintained. So we're looking at a lot of since we saw the other map, where a lot of this will be truck traffic. And so fleet turnover to a newer, cleaner energy source will be slow to be adopted, according to the white paper from the International Council on Clean Transportation, who assert that emission control methods known at this time would not result in a net improvement of emissions control methods known at this time. So I would take another quote from this paper that they had. Oh, this is the next slide I'm talking about. At any rate, I've moved on, haven't I? So anyways, why don't we go to number 7 so we can see that.
So this is the zoning map that you have, was an exhibit of Langen in their presentation.
I have, yes. Oh, you don't have a slide that has the growth of where, no.
The previous slide was a growth chart. This map is a zoning map of the borough.
Okay, I don't have the zoning chart on mine. I guess I changed the numbers a little bit. The one that you just looked at goes with what I just said, that the according to that International Council, the quality will not be there won't be a net improvement in it due to the slow turnaround of diesel fuel run vehicles, because they have this 20-30-year life cycle. And so with the increase in transportation and the increase in diesel fuel turnover, and with the understanding that they're using ultra low diesel fuel now, which cuts down about 26% apparently of the pollution, but it would not result in a net improvement in air quality. So, and I also pointed out that the quality of life in communities closest to freight transport hubs, which are disproportionately populated with low-income families, will continue to deteriorate as will continue to deteriorate as will traffic volumes increase. Is it not true that middle-income families living along these residential corridors will not also deteriorate? Okay. Okay, slide 7 to 11. I'm cutting for time because I want you all to get home at the right time tonight. So I'm going to skip them. I don't know whether that means you can ask me questions about them or not. So I'm going to skip down to slide number 12, and these will be quick. Tell me when you're there.
12 is it actually is labeled, I'm sorry. 12 is the Saturday heavy traffic in Greensburg Pike Bridge condition.
Yes, perfect. So this, we're going to turn our attention to a few actual street views, not taken off Google, but from my own walking around and taking pictures, where human beings live and maintain yards and exercise outdoors, as even our most recent objectors has said, and or to attend work or school so close to the road. According to EPA, oh, I'm looking at. All right, I'm going to skip ahead. This is where trucks belong. Notice the state of the bridge. I didn't realize I was looking at that state, but it's very, very messy from not being repaired. So next one, slide 13 is a sidewalk on Graham. You can see again, it's bucolic. So a very, not very used, it's used, but it's usually not crowded. So you may notice some indication that there's a hillside opposite these homes, and that gets taller as you go along, and that they will have that noise reflection that Beulah residents who've gone before have mentioned in earlier testimony. Slide 15. All right. Okay.
So slide 14 was a house, and then slide 15 was the one with the ambulance in it.
This is 14, this one here, or this is the house. I'm sorry. I'm working with my own slides at home. This is the, what was, can you put it back to 13? Let me go over
It's
that.
at 13 now. That's the one with the sidewalk and the hand railing on the left.
Okay, and you used that. You used that already, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we're up 14?
That's the one that has the house.
Yes, that's the one that has a house with the red over the address. Home, this home on Graham was built prior to Westinghouse site's development, probably in the 30s or 40s, when this site was still largely a farm. It is less than 10 meters or 30 feet from the curb. Number 15. Ambulance?
Correct.
Okay. This is Graham headed north to William Penn, the intersection. Notice the ambulance, which would have to zigzag around traffic waiting at the light to maneuver through this intersection. Graham is on an ambulance traffic corridor and is frequently seen and heard passing. So I don't know if if TIS had known that. Number 16.
It's advanced.
Is bushes.
Correct.
So, okay, this is a home on the pike above the planned driveway B towards Graham. Notice the lush and manicured gardens. Somebody really loves their gardens, and the worn sidewalk in need of repair. And even with the trees as they're growing, I think that's on the neighbor's yard. It's an absolutely gorgeous view. Number 17, trees.
Correct.
This is a William Penn backyard, and I'm wondering if you can see the 376 traffic in this picture. I don't know if we can play. I don't know. You won't be able to play. I had a 5-second video here, and you can actually. It's loud ambient noise, not comfortable, but you can talk over it, and the little video shows you can hear birds tweeting closer. So that's what I'm used to as the big busy route nearby. Number Chris Prisks of maybe 9.
This is the one that is labeled the traffic diet, Greensburg Pike.
That's the one. And again, it does resemble one of, I think, Dr. Rosada's things that she pointed out. But what I would like to add is that there are many questions still to be asked, like what happens at the Greensburg Pike exit if drivers start queuing up on the short distance of the single lane to the slip ramp, or they otherwise know that it's getting crowded there. Would some drivers, especially those who arrive early, end up at slide 19 for traffic on Greensburg Pike traffic diet?
It's advanced.
Okay, they will end up idling in queue at the beach. They'll go up that ramp on the Greens Pike exit for regular traffic, and end up idling in queue at the B driveway in front of homes on the Pike. And if so, where is there room to do that in this slide? Will they use the traffic diet near the entrance, which lane will they block? Either of the one-way lanes designated for moving traffic, or the center turning only lane. So conclusions. We saw the actual neighborhoods that would be hardest hit on the westbound traffic route, and noted how this added use of road, in addition to its current functions with the road diet, serving, that also serves pedestrian traffic, school buses, windows open to pollutants, by the way, and EMS vehicles on their usual access route. So I think if we look at those things, council, we need to see that they might make up a bad fit for becoming a traffic one-way each direction traffic corridor. I ask you to reject these impact studies, and I'm not against the building, address their redoing with the factors that all of us objectors have given. Otherwise, it is very hard to accept. The third whereas in the resolution of ordinance number 55, which says, whereas council seeks to establish criteria for the distribution center to mitigate the impact on its residents and to ensure their health, safety, and peaceful enjoyment of their properties, and mitigate, this is important here, mitigate any negative traffic impacts, which would be as arise from said use. And that is my my last slide, except conclusions. And my conclusions are that these have been very, the studies have been very impressive. They really have. And I want to thank you, Alex, for having them all on access for us right away on the website. And Gavin for doing a great job with this, with keeping things calm. I know these hearings could get kind of rowdy. And council for doing all this research and the PASHIC studies and so forth. I really feel like we've had a say. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yankes. And thanks for your help there, Alex. Are there questions from Mr. Gallagher or Mr. Metz for Ms. Yankes?
No questions.
Okay. We'll give council an opportunity while we request anyone else who may have questions. Other party objectors, please raise your hand. We'll identify you and give you an opportunity to ask questions of Ms. Yankes. Any questions from council members? Okay. Ms. Yankes, looks like you might be getting off easy. We'll give it another few seconds here to see if there's any party objectors for you. Okay, we're about now. Thank you, Ms. Yankes. You're off the hot seat. We're getting close to 8 o'clock now. I think it makes more sense to take our 10-minute break at this point before we move on to Dr. Casman or Ms. Casman, who would be the next presenter here. Alex, anything else we need to cover before we go on break?
No, just to remind everyone, we have about 105 participants via the Zoom, and there's about a half dozen watching on Facebook. At the conclusion of this evening's meeting, the Facebook is immediately available. It takes us a long time to upload the YouTube to YouTube, the entire hearing. So be patient with that when you're trying to share it with friends tomorrow or the day after.
Okay, thanks, Alex. We'll see you. We'll see everyone a little bit after 8 o'clock. Thanks.
Down now. That's so nice. Okay, no. No, I don't see it as a leave, but yeah, I don't know. We just got ourselves tied up in a knot. We always do. Oh, I'm very good at that. All right.
Alex, just let us know when everyone's in place and I'll ask Jeannie to put us back on the record.
Will do.
Okay, pandemic, right. So, thank you for telling us, because I wouldn't have known that there was. Mm-hmm.
We're all set.
I'll talk about what we can do as a council.
Thanks, Alex. Jeannie, let's go ahead and go back on the record.
Yep.
Thank you. I would be remiss, by the way, if I didn't also thank our the hard work of our captioner, in addition to our court reporter who's been working with us throughout this entire hearing, probably not getting enough accolades for being able to make all these meetings and helping those folks who may have had trouble keeping up from a hearing standpoint or whatever, just to help make sure the information is transmitted to all those folks who need to get it. So thank you for your efforts. We will now, Alex, turn it over to Dr. Casman or Ms. Casman. Hopefully she's going to correct me when she starts her case so I can stop just guessing.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to share this screen too. Do you see what I'm sharing?
We can. Well, not yet. Now we can. Yes. And it is Dr. Casman. All right, great. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Casman.
Thank you. Right. My name is Elizabeth Casman. I am not a registered traffic or acoustical engineer. I have a PhD in environmental engineering from Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. Before retiring 2 years ago, I was a professor in the engineering school at Carnegie Mellon University in the Department of Engineering and Public Policy. I have emeritus status and continue my affiliation with the university. My research areas are numerical modeling of environmental pollutants, the effects of pollution on human health, and environmental risk analysis in the face of uncertainty. I have taught undergraduate, master's, and doctoral engineering students the fundamentals of air quality modeling, water quality modeling, toxicology, epidemiology, and federal environmental policy. Before coming to Pennsylvania, I worked at the Maryland Department of the Environment, where I was the chief of the Mathematical Modeling Division of the Water Resources Administration. Before that, I was an environmental systems engineer with the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River Basin, where I primarily built, ran, and analyzed water quality models. I am not testifying today as an expert witness, though I have more than a passing acquaintance with the study of hydrology, water pollution, and air pollution. I am testifying as a concerned resident of Churchill. Slide 2. I live at 8 Holland Road. My home is about 600 feet from the edge of the proposed development and about 400 feet from the Parkway East. Slide 3. This is what I see when I exit the Parkway onto my street. Slide 4. 27 years ago, my husband and I were drawn to Churchill for its tranquility, large lots, lovely houses, and genteel ambiance. Churchill residents put a lot of time, resources, and effort into keeping up our houses, streets, and yards. Slide 5. The residents take care of Churchill and take pride in it. It's that kind of community. Slide 6. This is what you see when you drive down Beulah Road just past the Parkway overpass. It's really quite lovely. The landscaping on the Westinghouse property is a minor work of art with its careful arrangement of tree heights, choice of colors and textures, and seasonal interests of the plantings. Cool breezes flow off this site. This is Churchill that we are trying to defend. Slide 7. My comments tonight will touch on lighting, noise, air pollution, traffic, stormwater, climate change, and thoughts on future site abandonment. Slide 8. Just a moment. I'll have to click on something there. I wish to show in detail how the applicant has misrepresented factual items in its impact studies and has not given acceptable solutions for problems identified with these studies. My logic is that if the impact studies are deficient, the zoning requirements have not been met, and therefore the conditional use application must be denied. Slide 9. Ryan Parisi, Hillwood's lighting consultant, stated to the Planning Commission on July 14th that the glare problem is moot because the reflectivity of the buildings will be equivalent to that of a concrete sidewalk. But it should be noted that a concrete sidewalk is quite reflective. A report called Shedding Light on Concrete's Reflectivity stated, and begin quote, the higher reflectance values from concrete play as much a role in the visibility and apparent brightness of the site as the lighting, end of quote. Mr. Parisi should have been asking, would proposed level of glare be considered acceptable to those whose windows face the site? If Hillwood were serious about the glare problem, it would have chosen a dark blue or black facade for the warehouse on all walls visible to residents. Tweaking the lamppost heights is appreciated, but it doesn't solve the reflected light problem for the people who need the night to be a time for darkness. Hillwood's solution here is insufficient and should go back to the drawing board. The council doesn't have to accept the current effort. It does not meet the code requirement that lighting devices which produce objectionable direct or reflected glare on adjoining properties or thoroughfares shall not be permitted. Slide 10, traffic. My comments will cover two general areas: the overly narrow scope of the traffic impact study and the inadequate treatment of traffic variability. Slide 11. Narrow scope. From Langen's presentation on July 19th, it became clear how all parties, including representatives of the borough, working in good faith, evolved a very narrowly focused traffic impact study that left out several important negative traffic impacts. The study only examined traffic flow at a few select intersections identified as probable problem areas. This scope at the time seemed reasonable to the engineers, but if the community had been asked for their input, it would have been much broader. The community has already identified at least 8 valid concerns that should be addressed in the revised traffic impact study. 1, the inconvenience and economic impact of the loss of on-street parking along Greensburg Pike. 2, the incomplete pedestrian movement and safety plans for all roads surrounding the development, including pedestrian walkways from the 3 nearby Port Authority bus stops. 3, the increased potential for traffic accidents on the parkway, its ramps, and on local streets, with the projected increase in car and truck traffic. 4, the potential negative impacts on emergency vehicle response times caused by increased traffic at major intersections. 5, the inconvenience and potential crash risk resulting from converting Old Bueller Road into a dead-end street. 6, the impacts of alternative routes through local roads for warehouse traffic when the parkway is out of service for maintenance and repair. 7, Langen stated it didn't know where the truck traffic was coming, where the truck traffic coming into the warehouse will originate. A traffic study without this information is incomplete. 8, Langen did not show impacts of warehouse traffic on local parkway traffic flow. This too must be analyzed. Slide 12. The traffic, air quality, and noise studies all suffer from a common failure: Amazon's insistence that it's not responsible for warehouse-associated traffic on the parkway and the congestion, air pollution, and noise it will generate there. Denying this issue does not make it go away. I believe the traffic plan, by omitting parkway traffic, is not taking responsibility for all the impacts the project will produce. The traffic simulations presented to the council neglected to show impacts on I-376, even though most of the warehouse traffic is supposed to use this artery. This map, a screenshot from Hillwood's recent air quality presentation, which is based on the traffic impact study, shows that traffic is expected to enter the parkway, but once it leaves the two on-ramps indicated by the red arrows, the traffic disappears. It also shows that there is no warehouse-associated traffic, those blue markers, of any kind at all on the parkway. The applicant maintained that a local injection of up to 5,200 vehicles every day will not change the parkway traffic flow in the vicinity of Churchill. This position strains credibility and should not be tolerated. Slide 13. The traffic plan should have evaluated the impacts of hundreds of 18-wheelers merging one after the other into the fast lane of eastbound I-376 at William Penn Highway. Will there be crashes, slowdowns, merging problems? We don't know because of the narrow scope of the traffic study. All Churchill residents know there are feedbacks between parkway traffic and traffic on local roads. When the parkway is jammed, vehicles cannot enter it and they queue up on local roads. The traffic on local roads then slows and backs up. Recall the traffic simulations Langdon showed us. The queuing shown in the simulation resulted from local traffic and warehouse traffic, uncompounded by backups on the parkway. Such unrealistic results can be rejected on face value. Without simulating a jammed parkway, a known fact of life and daily occurrence in Churchill, Langdon cannot show us the real impact of adding 340 trucks and 1,500 passenger vehicles to Churchill's local traffic twice a day. The council must demand a revised simulation analysis, adding known daily parkway backups to the scenarios. Hillwood contends that it's not responsible for the off-site traffic that the sorting facility will create, and this is a logically unsupportable stand. And the council must recognize this and demand a new traffic study that covers off-site traffic, its impact on Churchill's roads, and especially on the Parkway East. Neither the air pollution report or the noise study will be able to capture the true impacts of the sorting facility on the community if the traffic study is allowed to ignore or mischaracterize off-site traffic. Slide 14. This map shows the local traffic considered in the traffic impact study. Note how traffic on Bueller Road stops near the site boundary, which has been pointed out before this night, as if it came from nowhere, or if leaving the warehouse, it evaporates at the spot indicated by the red arrow. This is not what the residents of Bueller Road will experience. The impact of this decision is propagated into the noise and air quality impact study, whose authors maintain they cannot evaluate traffic that is not explicitly considered in the traffic impact study. Slide 15. Residents of Churchill know warehouse employees will be using Bueller Road, Churchill Road, Lewin Lane, Holland Road, Homer Road, and Nottingham Road to get to and from the facility. These streets, in addition to the parkway, must be part of the traffic analysis. Otherwise, the traffic analysis, noise, and air quality reports will only be analyzing part of the problem. Slide 16. Residents are also concerned that walking along our neighborhood streets, which for the most part have no sidewalks, will become much more dangerous for kids, dog walkers, joggers, and people walking for pleasure and exercise. The traffic in my part of Churchill is so sparse, people routinely walk safely in the streets. Walkable, quiet streets should not be an amenity that Churchill has to sacrifice to Amazon. The Churchill Code, section 304 25 Part G states that no design shall be approved which is likely to create substantial pedestrian or vehicular traffic hazards endangering the public safety. Can the council be confident that injecting 5,200 vehicle trips a day will not endanger pedestrians? Will Amazon install sidewalks on all impacted streets? Now is the time to ask yourself these questions, not after the first child or dog walker is maimed. Slide 17. This figure demonstrates that the car crashes are already a problem in Churchill. It's from the same study that Dr. Sterrett cited. It just graphs us against 130 Allegheny County suburbs, and Churchill is third worst in terms of crashes, with 8.44 crashes per mile of road. Residents have identified potential crash risk resulting from converting Old Beulah Road to a dead-end street and forcing residents to make difficult exits onto Beulah Road. So crashes are an issue in our community, yet they were ignored. They were a secret part of the traffic impact study. And I think this is a serious omission. We need to know where all these crashes are occurring and how will the addition of 5,200 daily vehicle trips will compound the problem. And what mitigations, if any, are possible. If the traffic impact study doesn't acknowledge this problem and propose tangible solutions, the council must rule the study is deficient and reject it. Slide 18. The most recent traffic plan includes the unnecessary relocation of the Churchill Road, Beulah Road intersection, which will block off the north end of Old Beulah Road and make the borough take the borough property currently occupied by the community garden. Hillwood could move the driveway of their property without rerouting Churchill Road or sealing off Old Beulah Road. They could still get their 80 feet of truck queuing without interfering with Churchill Road at all. Or they could have their trucks queue up on their own property. Either of these is a much better solution for the residents of Old Beulah Road than moving the Churchill Road intersection south. Let Hillwood argue the necessity of reconfiguring Churchill Road in a public hearing. Let alternatives be suggested and evaluated. Let the air quality impacts of this proposal be properly modeled. Hillwood has not proven that this is the only solution, let alone the best solution for the borough. The council should be in no rush to accept this proposal. Let this reconfiguration be properly studied and vetted and discussed in a public hearing. Slide 19, enforcement. Amazon will place signs telling truckers to obey idling regulations and not to drive on Churchill Road. Residents have expressed their distrust of the efficacy of the proposed signage in either situation, but especially for Churchill Road between Beulah and Holland. It would be so much faster for trucks to go straight up Churchill Road to get on the parkway than to make a left turn and then wait to get onto the on-ramp going east. We were told that the borough cannot place cameras or police to enforce this prohibition. Rules without enforcement are routinely broken. If there were no administrative remedies to keep Amazon trucks off local streets, the council must ask itself, what is the cost of this non-compliance to the residents and why should they have to bear it? Slide 20. The economic consequences of increased traffic. The impact studies have remained silent on the subject of economic impacts. The council must protect the borough from financial losses accrued from increased road wear and maintenance responsibility on all affected local roads. It must ask the borough engineer to generate a cost estimate of paving, repair, snow removal, and other associated costs that the proposed sort facility traffic will engender. At this time, it is unclear who will pay for the different parts of the traffic plan. Will the road reconfiguration be paid partly or completely through our local, county, state, or federal taxes? Will the tenant pay for any of the necessary maintenance and repair activities? Economic impacts are real and non-trivial. They should be explicitly delineated, be made public, and be part of the conditional use decision-making evaluation. I refer you to the document entitled Casman Cost Benefit Analysis for more details, which I realize will be my Exhibit 6. It is incumbent upon the council that now that these deficiencies in the scope of the traffic impact study have been identified, to require Langen to address these issues thoroughly. Furthermore, solutions should be presented in a public hearing and all challenges resolved before the council or planning commission is asked to vote their approval. Churchill is obligated to follow the conditional use process outlined in the zoning code, but it is not obligated to accept incomplete or insufficient studies. Slide 21. Variability. Langen has only shown the council simulations of intersections under normal operation conditions. It claims there will be only 2 weeks of a year of surge traffic, not the typical 6-week Christmas shopping season or any increase in activity from fall back to school shopping. The council should require separate traffic analyses for surge times and other atypical scenarios that would likely occur, such as accidents on the parkway, road repair, street closures, and bad weather. The traffic on the parkway and its daily patterns of congestion were not included in the traffic plan. The council needs to know if the traffic plan is resilient to normal shocks. These shocks can be explicitly modeled, and they should be. The traffic impact study was presented without flexibility, variability, or uncertainty in the traffic pattern. There is, however, a lot of potential variability as vehicles are forced to reroute to avoid traffic problems, or if employees come from other directions than the west, the current modeling assumption. Worse, since the noise and air quality studies incorporate the traffic plan, these studies cannot address expected variability in the air quality and noise impacts, and the community cannot evaluate the impacts of this variability on their health and welfare. Only one traffic simulation was shown to the Planning Commission and Borough Council, one with most of the workers coming from the west and all of the truck traffic traveling east. Langen did not try any different assumptions, like workers coming from other directions, or show us routes of truck traffic coming towards the sort facility, only those leaving it. Slide 22. When asked if truck traffic will arrive from the west, Langen said, well, they didn't know. This is unacceptable. Amazon knows where the trucks are coming from. This slide shows the current and planned Amazon facilities in the Pittsburgh areas. The inset highlights the only truck route revealed by Langen, outgoing from Churchill to North Versailles. What are the connections with the other facilities? This information should not be kept a secret from the Borough Council. The projected routes between the other Amazon facilities and the proposed distribution center is a glaring omission in the traffic impact study. Langen must obtain detailed traffic routes from Amazon and incorporate this information into a new traffic impact study revision. Slide 23. Langen must show the council how the unknowns in their traffic scenario could affect traffic flow. A single best guess simulation scenario is completely insufficient for decision-making. Langen said it did perform sensitivity studies and surge operation simulations, but did not share the results with the public. Both of these studies must be part of any traffic report submitted to Churchill. The council must demand to see these studies so the council can examine their assumptions and conclusions. A range of traffic scenarios must be presented to the council and planning commission, and the Amazon-specific truck routing plan must be their foundation. Without all this, Hillwood's traffic report cannot be considered sufficient or final. Send the flawed traffic report back to Langen for revision. You are not required to sign off on inadequate, incomplete, and deceptive reports. You are not under a time constraint to give your approval if the studies do not correctly characterize the impacts. The burden is on Hillwood to satisfy the council. You can demand another iteration of the 3 environmental impact studies and specify that they incorporate off-site traffic variability, and crash analyses you can demand that alternatives to the relocation of Churchill Road be compared. Or you can reject the current impact studies as inadequate. Slide 24, noise. There's a lot wrong with the noise report, but for the council, the worst failing must be that it does not directly address the two relevant parts of the zoning code, namely that noise that is determined to be objectionable because of its volume, frequency, or beat shall be muffled or otherwise controlled, and two, that any use that constitutes a public nuisance is prohibited. Slide 25. Ben Muller of Ostergaard Acoustical Associates struggled with questions concerning how he could tell if a noise is objectionable. When pressed, he could not say if 26 trucks driving past a home per hour was more objectionable than 13 trucks. He could not give us a number of trucks that would be objectionable. If you agree that the number of trucks and the time at which it passes your window contribute to the objectionable quality of the noise, you understand that these qualities must be reflected in the definition of objectionable noise. Instead of capturing all the sources of objectionableness, Mr. Mueller preferred to approximate objectionableness, something he could not quantify, with something that he could easily quantify, average noise levels and loudness distributions. He introduced the concept of intrusive sound goal that is similar to the pre-construction loudest noise he measured at a location. Yet the code prohibits objectionable noise, not average decibels, or even intrusive sound goals. Mr. Mueller made the totally unsupportable assumption that if a noise is already heard in the neighborhood at a certain loudness, that it is acceptable and can be repeated without limit at any hour without disturbing people. In fact, how often that sound occurs factors greatly into its acceptability. For example, I may occasionally hear a very loud and unpleasant noise in my neighborhood, like the sound of the garbage truck, but it is by no means acceptable to me as background noise. It disturbs me. To hear a similar noise every 2 minutes, day and night, would certainly be intolerable, but by Mr. Mueller's criterion, it would be acceptable. The way to determine acceptability is to ask people, not to decree it. The sound study must be supplemented with a properly designed survey of affected Churchill residents in order to be able to discuss the nuisance and objectionable qualities of the noise. It is likely that Ostergaard Acoustics does not do this type of work, and I can suggest the name of a consulting firm that can design and perform such surveys if you like. Not only did Ostergaard create a meaningless, phony baloney metric, the intrusive sound goal, Ostergaard implemented it in such a way that it gave misleading results, favorable to the applicant, as demonstrated by Mr. William Thornton's deposition, from which I borrowed this graph, included here to jog your memories of his demolition of the intrusive sound goal concept. Slide 26. Another indefensible assumption Mr. Mueller made is that since Amazon is not responsible for noise occurring off-site of the warehouse, traffic noise doesn't have to be explicitly and thoroughly incorporated in the sound study. I reject this assumption. The road noise would not increase dramatically without Amazon's presence. The thousands of small and large trucks, passenger vehicles, and motorcycles on public roads servicing the warehouse each day were considered by Hillwood and its consultants to be out of Amazon's control and therefore ignored. For one thing, whose control they are under is irrelevant, and for another thing, their movements through Churchill will cause loud and disruptive noises. Ignoring road noise is convenient for Amazon, but it does not give the council the information it needs to evaluate the objectionableness and nuisance qualities of the development project. Slide 27. Mr. Mueller analyzed the sound at only two off-site locations, the I-376 ramp westbound on William Penn Highway and the Greensburg Pike driveway. At these sites, he calculated the average loudness if an assumed 13 trucks and 129 cars passed in an hour. Average loudness has no quantifiable relationship to the amount of disturbance experienced by residents. And it, because it is calculated on a logarithmic scale, increases much less with each additional truck than one's experienced level of annoyance. Just imagine your kids trying to fall asleep, but being roused each time a truck rumbles by. They might be able to fall asleep if there is only 1 or 2 trucks an hour, but with 13 all night long, would they ever get any deep sleep? Reporting the average noise levels at these 2 locations, or even the L10, does nothing to measure the intrusiveness of the road noise. All it does is provide an inappropriate parameter that Hillwood can falsely claim shows 0 noise impact regardless of how many trucks drive by. Slide 28. Furthermore, these 2 off-site locations are totally inadequate to describe the off-site noise issues surrounding the warehouse. Why the eastbound Parkway on-ramp was not studied is beyond comprehension, given the heavy truck traffic anticipated and the necessity of their rapid acceleration to merge into the Parkway fast lane. On the left side of this slide, you can see the truck route from Churchill to a North for Sales Amazon facility. This is the only truck route Amazon has shown us. Therefore, one must presume that a lot of trucks, or perhaps all the trucks, will be using it. The Parkway East appears to be an indispensable piece of Amazon's operation. If you accept this, you'll agree that the noise, traffic, and air quality studies should all reflect this essential component. And yet, for analytical purposes, once vehicles enter the Parkway, they evaporate. Illustrated on the right side of this slide. The council must not accept any impact study that does not include the Parkway. Slide 29. Truck deceleration noise is even louder than truck acceleration noise. There are 2 exit ramps that the heavy-duty trucks will be using off the Parkway. The loudness of their brakes and brake assistance devices is a function of Parkway speed, but are typically in the 80 to 100 decibel range. A conscientious noise study would have explicitly addressed this issue. Impact studies are supposed to reveal the impacts, not conceal them. Deceleration noise will vary with the Parkway speed, which varies with the time of day. Any sound study must be considered incomplete without a careful accounting of truck deceleration noise. Slide 30. There are several other sensitive roadways that have been suggested to Ostergaard for detailed study. Bueller Road, Greensburg Pike, Forest Drive, McGrady Road, Hampstead Drive, Holland Road, Churchill Road, and Lewin Lane among them. The noise study is unique among the Hillwood impact studies for omitting all impacts of increased traffic on local roads. Ostergaard acoustics should be required by the council to map the extent of L10 loudness resulting from a combination of the warehouse site activities, the Parkway, and the feeder roads. Slide 31. When the sound impact study is revised, sound maps should extend in all directions until the project and associated traffic noise is indistinguishable from background noise. The engineers should work with the community members to determine a set of scenarios to evaluate. Scenarios should include possible sound mitigation options. A new sound map should be generated for each scenario. Some potential scenarios could be the noise of holiday surge traffic, a Parkway closure scenario where all the traffic is forced onto local roads, the effects of different designs of the retaining wall, say textured versus smooth or slanted versus vertical, the sound levels during shift changes, rush hours, noon, at midnight, the mitigating effects of installing sound walls on the Parkway, its ramps, the Beulah-Churchill Road intersection, Greensburg Pike, and other stretches anticipating truck traffic. Scenarios like these would help the council understand the noise mitigation options and give them a better informed foundation for their decisions. A conscientious sound impact study would include scenarios illustrating the variability of the expected sound landscape. Slide 32. You've seen this slide before, and I won't explain it. Let's see. So Mr. Mueller defended his choice of the A weighting on the grounds of its popularity, not on its appropriateness. And since Mr. Mueller could not defend his choice, he should have offered a redo of the analysis with the C weighting to see whether the weighting scheme had any impact on his conclusions. This would have been the professional and fair way to handle this dispute. While Mr. Ferguson's objection is valid and I agree with it, the objection to the A weighting scheme, I think it's overshadowed by the inability of Ostergaard's methodology to determine the actual objectionableness of any noise level. Even with the C weighting, the study would not be able to tell the difference in sound nuisance between 13 and 100 trucks, only whether the human ear could discern the incremental differences. Slide 33. Yet another problem was detected when Gateway hired Babbage Acoustics to review Ostergaard's sound report. Babbage acknowledged that Ostergaard's choice of truck noise level for their sound model was of on-site truck noise was controversial, given that different authorities report different typical loudnesses for trucks, as the sounds they emit depend on the maintenance of their mufflers as well as the instantaneous truck speed. Babbage's solution was to propose taking noise measurements on site after the facility is in operation, quote, to determine the noise model's accuracy. This is no real solution. What if in 2.5 years the noise model is found to be inaccurate and the noise levels are indeed objectionable? Once the facility is operational, it's too late for the council to deny the conditional use permit. It will be too late for the council to renegotiate the size of the facility or number of trucks that can arrive daily or their hours of arrival. It will simply be too late to mitigate the problem. The council must understand that a post-construction sound study is worthless for making a determination of whether the project conforms a priori to the borough's zoning code. The council must not be fooled by this proposed solution. Slide 34. Recently, Hillwood replaced the 2 backup generators on the site plan with a single 1 megawatt generator located on the northwest corner of the property, very near the community residences. The sound study was completed before this change in equipment, so it doesn't show the impact of this larger and louder generator. The council should not accept an out-of-date sound analysis. It should request a revision of the sound study that models the correct equipment. Slide 35. To recap, the sound study had 2 fatal flaws. 1, it could evaluate neither nuisance nor objectionableness, and 2, it omitted off-site road noise, a major element of the noise landscape of the sort facility. 1 fatal flaw is sufficient to reject the study. I urge the council to do exactly that. Slide 36, air pollution. I have 4 main criticisms of the air impact study. 1, it was invalidated by some incorrect assumptions. 2, the steady state simulation hides important operational variability. 3, the present national ambient air quality standards for particulate matter will be revised downward before the project is built, putting Churchill out of compliance for annual PM 2.5. And lastly, the air quality during construction was not evaluated. Slide 37, incorrect assumptions. Okay, poor assumption number 1. Mr. Sabato of Epsilon Associates set the truck idling time at the warehouse site to 20 minutes per hour. In the hearing, residents corrected his misinterpretation of the county regulation and its exemptions for running climate control systems for driver comfort. As Professor Peter Spertes pointed out, this is Pittsburgh, and our weather means that the 20-minute idling limit would only be enforced around 30% of the year. The rest of the time, there would be no limit on idling. Epsilon's alleged conservative assumption turns out to be not so conservative after all. If Epsilon were being conservative, it would have assumed trucks idled 48 minutes out of every hour in its steady state simulation. But even this would have underestimated the idling impact because it would lowball the emissions during temperature inversions when pollution emissions get trapped and concentrated. The proper conservative assumption would be to have the trucks idling 60 minutes per hour on the days colder than 40 degrees or hotter than 80 degrees, and 20 minutes per hour for all the rest. The air model needs to be updated to correct this important problem. Slide 38. The air impact study was constrained to evaluate only the traffic that was included in the traffic impact study. Therefore, it could not evaluate the true extent of the project-associated air pollution. Important local feeder roads were omitted from the air study. Roads like Lewin Lane and Nottingham Road, and Churchill Road east of Holland Road. Streets that employees from Penn Hills, Braddock, and Turtle Creek will use as shortcuts to the sort facility. The council does not have to accept the studies that only characterize the parts of the problem that make the project look good. Slide 39. The most serious problem, of course, is the omission of the parkway as a source of air pollution. Mr. Sabato admitted that the parkway could be considered a, quote, nearby source, which is defined by the US EPA as a source expected to cause a significant pollution concentration gradient in the vicinity of the project under consideration. Omitting the parkway, our single largest local source of air pollution, invalidates the entire air impact report. A revised air analysis is necessary. Because the effects of particulate matter pollution are quite local, the revised Epsilon air quality study should provide contour maps of the pollution concentration before and after development using a traffic plan that has no magically disappearing trucks or improperly truncated road sources. So residents in different parts of the borough can see what their risks are, and the council can understand the health risk this development will pose to the most impacted residents. PM 2.5 concentrations drop off in a steep gradient from traffic sources. This means that some houses are going to be impacted much more than others. The EPA has found that heavily traveled roadways generally influence air quality within about 500 to 600 feet along corridors with significant trucking traffic. Churchill residents and their elected officials cannot properly evaluate their risk or even properly formulate their opinion of the project unless they know how they will be affected. The Planning Commission and Borough Council should demand this information so they can protect school children and residents in the high impact roads, Churchill Road, Buell Road, Greensburg Pike, William Penn Highway, and Lewin Lane. Their health must not be sacrificed for some undefined greater good. That is not what the code specifies. This is why it is so important to locate the warehouse in an industrial park, not a residential neighborhood. An industrial park is buffered by a mile or more from residences and schools. It does not require a health sacrifice from the residents to promote economic expansion. Other states have confronted the health impacts by placing warehouses next to residences, impacts of placing warehouses next to residences. We should learn from their experience. The California Environmental Protection Agency Handbook on Air Quality and Land Use recommends municipalities avoid siting new sensitive land uses within 1,000 feet of a distribution center, parentheses, that accommodates more than 100 trucks per day, and avoid locating residents in other new sensitive land uses near entry and exit points. They based this recommendation on increased cancer risk with increased proximity to diesel exhaust emissions from warehouses. Please see my exhibits 3 and 4. As Dr. Gentile and Dr. Salata told the council, the health issue is real and it must be taken seriously. Slide 40. As Mr. Sabato explained, the air impact study employed 2 computational models, an emission model called MOVES-3 and a dispersion model called AirMod. Slide 41. For the emissions model, the different sources of air pollution are identified as either mobile, the different street links, or stationary, the warehouse and its parking lots. Each is assigned an emission rate, a mass of pollutant that is generated per hour. Slide 42. When the dispersion model is run at steady state, every pollution source is assigned an emission mass per hour, and that number doesn't vary over the year. It's the same for all hours of the day, all hours of the year, no increase during times of heavy activity, no diurnal variation, steady state emissions. If the actual emissions of a particular source vary over time, it is represented in a steady state model as a weighted average of all its emissions. For example, if a backup generator is only used 2 weeks a year, the total weight of emissions for those 2 weeks is spread out equally over 365 days. So the total annual emissions are correct, but the peak emissions are lost. These emission rates get plugged into the dispersion model. Slide 43. The dispersion model, however, varies everything except the emission rates and the site layout with time. It uses different weather conditions every hour and is typically run for 5 years when determining a project's compliance with federal air quality standards. This steady state emissions mode of operation is considered satisfactory when the project area is already comfortably meets air quality standards. That is because you don't need to be all that precise if your starting point is far away from the air quality standard. A ballpark answer suffices. Slide 44. Unfortunately, Churchill Air does not have that comfortable margin. The average annual PM 2.5 concentration is close to 90% of the current federal limit of 12 micrograms per cubic meters. This slide shows figure 2.2 of Epsilon's air quality modeling report with the value for average annual PM 2.5 highlighted. While we are not yet over the threshold, we are close enough to be worried. We are close enough to want to see the results of a more detailed air quality analysis of the project before making a decision. The simpler steady state analysis that Epsilon performed is fine for communities that are not dancing around the air quality limit. However, that analysis may obscure important information for communities that are. Information such as the air quality during shift changes and surge operations, or the compounding effects of early morning temperature reversions with peaks in truck and employee traffic. Slide 45. When an area is dangerously close to exceeding a particulate matter standard, and a new project is proposed that introduces significant numbers of diesel vehicles, the EPA recommends using time-varying emissions instead of the annual rates. They call this particulate matter hotspot analysis. It employs the same 2 models, MOVE-3 and AirMod, that Epsilon used in its steady state analysis, but rather than using average emission rates, it requires emissions that change every hour, contrasting high activity and low, and reflecting seasonal changes in site operation. Epsilon referenced this hotspot analysis documentation in its air modeling report, but chose not to apply it. Hotspot analysis is what Churchill needs for its air impact study. This is what the council should demand. It should not accept an air impact study appropriate for communities with much cleaner air than we have. We need the facts. Slide 46. You might ask, why does this matter? Well, here's one possible way it could. There are 49 truck bays and over 280 truck parking places shown on the site plan. The air impact study says only 7 trucks are on the site per hour on annual average. Presumably, the excess capacity is for the claimed 2 weeks of surge operations, since the applicant says they are not planning to expand normal operations. If you take the applicant at their word, that's a lot of surge capacity. In its models, Epsilon averages the 2 weeks of surge emissions, which should be roughly proportional to the unused truck capacity in this figure, with 50 weeks of normal operation. So the air pollution surge is spread out over time. Considering how big the surge emissions could get, this is not something we should let slide. Okay, slide 47. This slide shows that the highest level of air pollution predicted by Epsilon's model occurred on site with only 7 trucks per hour. What would be the actual surge operation air quality? We can't know unless the modeling is done according to the hotspot guidance. Slide 48. This slide shows peak traffic counts from the traffic study. It shows that every single day the site will experience hours that differ significantly from the 7 trucks per hour average. What is the air quality then? Shouldn't we know the impact of this daily occurrence and judge whether it is dangerous? These are the details that the council needs to see, not a whitewashed version. You can demand it. It's your prerogative. You are not constrained to accept the steady state results. This is not a federal project. Churchill calls the shots here. If Hillwood won't comply, they have not met the requirements for granting a conditional use permit. Slide 49. National standards for PM 2.5 are going to change in the near future. Mr. Sabato described the current particulate matter national ambient air quality standards as categorically protective of health, the federal standard that is acknowledged by all to be correct and adequate. For proof, he noted that the standards are believed and followed by the county and state, as if this were an explicit endorsement rather than something that they are locked into automatically. However, there is a problem with the current standards. The last scheduled updating of the particulate matter standards was blocked in 2018 for political purposes. The current standards are not consistent with current science. They are not set in stone and they are scheduled to be revised. The Clean Air Act requires that the air quality standards be updated every 5 years to reflect the most recent scientific understanding. As part of the federally mandated 5-year cycle of updating these standards, the EPA convened a committee of experts, the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee, that some people call CASAC, comprised of the foremost air pollution and epidemiology experts in the country to review the PM standards. They concluded that, based on scientific evidence, the panel finds that the current suite of primary fine particle PM 2.5 annual and 24-hour standards are not protective of public health. Both of these standards should be revised to new levels while retaining their current indicators, etc. The annual standard should be revised to a range of 10 micrograms per cubic meter to 8 micrograms per cubic meter. And they also gave revisions for the 24-hour standard. Recall that Churchill's current annual average PM 2.5 standard measurement is 10.6 micrograms per cubic meter, which puts our air out of compliance with the recommended standard. CASAC was disbanded by the Trump administration in October 2018 to the outrage and dismay of the scientific community. So the standards were not revised. Instead, that administration opted to keep the standards established in 2013 without revision. The CASAC endorsed standards for particulate matter will be adopted in the next 5-year review, which is scheduled for completion in 2022, by which time Churchill residents will be stuck breathing air that can't meet the new federal standards. Pretending this process isn't occurring is sticking one's head in the sand. The Churchill Code does not contain a numerical standard by which to evaluate air quality, nor does it specifically mention the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Therefore, the Borough Council has a right and a duty to require what the code specifies, namely that no pollution of air that is harmful to health, animals, or vegetation or other property. Epsilon chose to interpret this to mean that no air pollution that exceeds the 2021 federal ambient air pollution standards. Churchill can interpret that to mean that the project cannot exceed the modern scientifically Churchill should interpret its zoning code to mean that the project cannot exceed the modern scientifically defensible standards that will be adopted in next year. It's my opinion that in order to protect Churchill residents, the council should challenge Epsilon's analysis on the grounds that it does not represent current health science. It is not acceptable to pretend the standards won't be lowered. The council is not evaluating the project governed by federal law, nor is it bound to use the current outdated air quality particulate matter standards. It is, however, bound to protect the health of Churchill's residents from harmful air pollution. The council has the flexibility to use its good sense, discretion, and foresight to protect its residents, and it must do so. Slide 50. Construction emissions. When asked about construction emissions, Mr. Sabato said he couldn't run the dispersion model for construction emissions because construction activities would only last for 2 years. Granted, including these 2 years in the post-construction air quality averages would be misleading, but that was not what he was being asked to do. The question is, what is the anticipated air quality during the 2 years of construction? Mr. Sabato's objection that he had to run the model for 5 years, not 2, and therefore could not run it at all, made absolutely no sense. Epsilon can run the construction simulation using the same 5 years of meteorological data it has already acquired. The purpose of a 5-year run is to account for weather variability. It doesn't matter that the construction would only last 2 years. Epsilon would report the same air quality indicators it did for the main site analysis. There is no methodological barrier. Epsilon's response was pure bluff. If this analysis is not performed, can the council confidently say it is protecting the health of the residents during those 2 years? The council should request that this analysis be done immediately. Slide 51. Health. Of all the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh, Churchill has the oldest population, the largest fraction of senior citizens at 29%. Seniors are particularly vulnerable to air pollution. Even low levels of air pollution raise mortality risk for older adults. The EPA funded a study involving over 60 million Medicare beneficiaries that found, quote, for locations where annual mean PM 2.5 concentrations were lower than the level of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, an increase of 10 micrograms per cubic meter in PM 2.5 was associated with an increase in mortality of 13.6%. This demonstrates that the PM National Ambient Air Quality Standard is not some magical threshold under which there are no health problems, as Mr. Sabato implied during questioning. Council should be looking for opportunities to improve air quality, not degrade it. Churchill can't afford to worsen its already poor local air quality, even a little bit. As Dr. Gentile explained, children are also vulnerable to air pollution. Children who grow up in areas with elevated nitrogen oxides, sulfate aerosols, PM 2.5, PM 10, or elemental carbon face the increased risk of having reduced lung growth and chronic adverse lung effects on lungs, which persist into adulthood. Children also suffer increased rates of bronchitic symptoms as a result of exposure to these pollutants. These symptoms are even worse for children with asthma. The consequences of adding pollution to our air are real, local, and measurable. Some of our children will suffer lifelong lung function impairment, and some of your neighbors will die prematurely if this facility is placed in our midst. The council should not entertain options that make its residents ill when there are alternatives. The council could prohibit the use of diesel vehicles at the warehouse entirely. There are large trucks that run on natural gas and could be used instead. You don't have to sacrifice our health, but it requires you to be creative, energetic, and forceful leaders. You do not have to accept the repugnant and ill-conceived package proposed by Hillwood. You can fight for residents who elected you and need your protection urgently. Slide 52, stormwater. Gateway identified emissions from Hillwood's impact studies. Gateway engineers identified numerous emissions from the Hillwood impact studies, and I have elaborated on these points in my exhibit number 1. In response to Gateway's questions, Hillwood said that it would address 7 of Gateway's questions about the stormwater impact report in the future. And these were questions about the sewer receiving capacity, questions about the missing NPDES permit, the improper slope of the inflow pipe to basin number 2, the bad design of the emergency spillway for basin number 3, placing the outfall from basin number 1 on top of existing utilities, which is a very dangerous practice, missing calculations concerning the potential for a dry pond to flood, and inconsistencies in the hydrologic and hydraulic analysis report. So expecting that unspecified future solutions to these problems will be adequate requires absolute trust. The residents of Churchill do not trust Hillwood. They have told us too many whoppers, like the traffic noise from the sort facility will be indistinguishable from current noise, that the visual impact will be hardly noticeable, that the stormwater quality will be better after development than before, and that the traffic congestion will be as good or better than before. They think we are rubes. I hope you will show them that we are not. Slide 53. Not all of Gateway's questions were kicked down the road for future analysis. I will give you 3 examples of some flat out unsatisfactory responses. Langen failed to resolve Gateway's question about why a 56-foot retaining wall is placed in the 100-year floodplain of the unnamed tributary to Sawmill Run. Langen responded, and I quote, "The stream sees no increase in the water elevation or peak rate discharge during the 100-year 24-hour storm," end of quote. Well, this didn't answer the question that was asked. In fact, it answered a different question entirely, an irrelevant one. The problem is that during a 100-year 24-hour rainfall event, the water in the tributary impinges on the retaining wall, and this will undermine the wall. It's just plain unsafe. Oh, this figure is from Langen's hydrologic and hydraulic analysis report, revised in June 2021. The unnamed tributary to Sawmill Run that receives stormwater discharges from the site and carries this water to a storm sewer is traced in dark blue. It's hard to see, so I'm going to just trace it with my cursor. The green lines perpendicular to the stream indicate the locations of stream cross sections that are used in Langen's hydrologic analysis. Here, this is upstream, the first cross section upstream, and here's the last one downstream. Slide. This is slide 54. Okay, this is the westmost cross section looking downstream during the 100-year rain event post-construction. And you can see, here's the retaining wall. The retaining wall is on the left, appears to be around 55 feet tall at this location, and the stream bank is about 50 feet from the wall as well. Okay, so this slide is 6 cross sections down from the first one. The stream is now abutting the retaining wall, which at this location is about 72 feet high, and the stream is now touching the wall. Okay, slide 56. This is the 8th cross section. The retaining wall here is 76 feet high. Okay, and the water still bathes the foot of the retaining wall. By the 9th cross section, the stream has left the wall. Residents of Churchill have seen what flowing water does to masonry over time. It undermines foundations, it causes buckling and failures. The borough cannot afford the 76-foot high retaining wall to fail, releasing contaminated sediment and obstructing a critical part of the sort facility's stormwater management infrastructure, namely that unnamed tributary of Sawmill Run. When directly questioned about why this problem hadn't been fixed in Langen's recent revision, Ms. Carly Davis said that the wall will be designed to withstand running water, but when pressed, was unable to give any specifics. If this is true, let the designs be shown and the design parameters be vetted. This should not be left to trust. Langen wants you to believe that they did a serious analysis of this problem, that everything is under control. But the computer-generated output of the hydrologic simulation model that was riddled with error messages, things like, quote, the energy equation could not be balanced within the specified number of iterations. And there are 8 pages of these error messages. I've run models like this. If a modeler cares about the results, she can add cross sections and adjust the roughness coefficient until the errors stop occurring. I can only conclude that Langen does not care about this simulation, and it does not care how high the water will rise up the retaining wall or what the velocity will be. This simulation was just another pro forma part of an application not intended to enlighten or solve a problem, just to check off a task, to give the false impression that work done well, much like other Hillwood impact studies. If the council cannot be convinced that Langen has a long-term stable solution to this problem with ample safety factors for higher flows than were modeled in the final report, there are other solutions. One solution is to move the wall back out of the floodplain. The site footprint can be made smaller or shifted as suggested by Mr. Ferguson. Nothing is written in stone yet. The council should require that the alternatives be evaluated. One way or another, Hillwood must correct this serious design flaw before receiving the conditional use approval. Slide 58, bad response number 2. Gateway noted that the Churchill Code, section 260-15, part A2, requires the volume from the first inch of runoff from the net increase in impervious area be permanently removed. This is an environmental requirement to compensate for unnatural changes in hydrology due to increased impervious area of new developments. This requirement can only be waived if the developer, this is a quote, developer provides justification that the listed removal options are not feasible, and the designated plan reviewer agrees. Langen claimed that, this is another quote, due to the environmental constraints of the site, no infiltration is recommended within the site boundary. The end of the quote. Alluding to the coal mine underneath the property and contaminated soil. Furthermore, Ms. Davis claimed that the PADEP has already signed off on their plan to avoid this zoning requirement. In the 1,000 pages of stormwater reports, there is no mention of the state sign-off. Perhaps it is because PADEP does not require this volume control. Churchill does. Churchill is the designated plan reviewer and should examine this issue carefully. It cannot delegate this decision. The existence of contaminated groundwater or acid mine drainage from the existing site configuration is hypothetical. The burden is on Langen to demonstrate these problems with the proper water sampling and analyses. Otherwise, the invocation of the coal mine and groundwater issues must be recognized for the red herring it is. Hillwood's design violates Churchill's codes, section 260-15A2. I ask the council, why isn't this blatant code violation a deal breaker? It's your duty to enforce the code. Please do so. Slide 59. Bad response number 3. It's known that stormwater runoff from parking lots contains heavy metals from tires, brakes, and engine wear, and hydrocarbons from lubricating fluids. These pollutants can impair receiving waters and destroy biotic communities. Nowhere in Hillwood slides or documents were these types of pollutants even acknowledged. The Churchill Code, section 246-49, prohibits discharges of any toxic or hazardous substance or pollutant into sewers connecting to Alcosan facilities. The code, section 304-23 part I, also stipulates that no water pollution will be permitted. Langen did not mention or evaluate toxic or hazardous pollutants in its stormwater impact study at all. These sections of the code were not properly addressed. Langen did, however, complete and submit a PADEP post-construction stormwater management spreadsheet. This spreadsheet is a required part of its NPDES application. The spreadsheet calculates the total suspended solids, total nitrogen, and total phosphorus in the expected stormwater runoff. These pollutants are tracked because of their importance to the eutrophication of receiving waters and not because of their toxicity. From this submittal and from this alone, Langen concluded that the water quality will be better after construction than before. However, Gateway identified an error in the spreadsheet in the calculation of total suspended solids. Gateway noticed that the spreadsheet did not have numerical values for the concentration of total suspended solids. Values for total nitrogen and total phosphorus were also missing. The omissions resulted in an absurd result in the calculation of post-construction water quality that should have alerted Langen that something was seriously off. Slide 60. Oh, I'm on slide 60. Okay. This is a screenshot of the first page of the PADEP post-construction stormwater management spreadsheet that Langen submitted to the council in lieu of a water quality report. It can be found beginning on page 395 of its stormwater management report PDF. Slide 61. The PADEP spreadsheet calculates the pounds of total suspended solids, total phosphorus, and total nitrogen transported in runoff from the site before and after construction of the warehouse based on the acreage of different land use types on the construction site. And these pictures are the layout of the site before and after construction. And the important parts, the amount of impervious area in white. Slide 62. The spreadsheet calculated that the amount of pollution would increase because of the reconfiguration of the site, particularly the transition to high traffic impervious area. And this makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. So we see the runoff in the second column goes up from 200,000 cubic feet to 400,000 cubic feet after construction. The total suspended solids goes from 1,500 pounds a year to 5,800 pounds. That looks good. That looks right. It makes sense. But after treatment by the BMPs, which, if you remember, are jellyfish filters and dry ponds, the spreadsheet indicates that the pollution nearly disappears, and that's down here. So it goes from 5,800 pounds of TSS to 100 pounds of TSS. That's in column 3. So this is a reduction of 98%. And if you look at the efficiencies for total phosphorus and total nitrogen, they are also quite high. They're really, all 3 of them are astounding. And those are the numbers highlighted in red. I am familiar with the efficiencies of stormwater BMPs, and I know that these efficiencies are impossible. Slide 63. The manufacturers of jellyfish filters claim that at their best, the filters can remove 89% of the TSS, 59% of the total phosphorus, and 51% of the total nitrogen. This is at their best performance. They warn of expected degradation of efficiency due to differences in water quality, the condition of the filters, and the time between filter maintenance cycles. Okay, the pollutant removal by dry detention ponds is variable, and EPA literature review of the nutrient removal efficiency of dry detention ponds found TSS removals from 30 to 65%, TN removals from 15 to 45%, and total nitrogen removals of between 15 and 45%. Contrast these numbers to the removals claimed by Langen in the spreadsheet, 98, 95, etc. 87. Okay, slide 64. These numbers just didn't add up. I had to ask myself why. The explanation lies in the spreadsheet default chosen by Langen. Langen opted to check a box for, quote, use median BMP concentrations, right up here. This box is circled in red in the top left-hand corner of the slide, which is on page 9 of the PADEP spreadsheet. Apparently, this zeroed out the pollutant concentrations, indicated by the 3 zeros down here. It says pollutant loads from structural BMPs, outflows in pounds, 0, 0, 0. 0 TSS, 0 TP, 0 TN. Those 3 zeros mean that both BMPs, the jellyfish filters and the retention ponds, worked at 100% efficiency, and that 0 pollution escaped from them. This absurd result should have been noticed by Langen, and they should have unchecked that box in the left-hand corner and entered plausible BMP-specific pollutant numbers. Gateway caught this error for TSS and told them to fix it, but it has not been fixed. Instead, Langen blamed the spreadsheet for not letting them put in the correct efficiencies. The conclusion Langen reached for making the BMPs 100% efficient at removing nutrient pollutants was that the post-construction pollution would be significantly less than the pre-construction pollution, and therefore the project met the PADEP and borough water quality requirements. If Langen didn't catch the error, I just call it sloppy engineering. They didn't check their work. But when the error was brought to Langen's attention by Gateway, they stonewalled and blamed the spreadsheet rather than correcting the error. This now moves into the category of malpractice. This spreadsheet calculation comprises Langen's entire water quality analysis. I must conclude it was willfully misleading. Langen is fit to
Objection. Can we get on to actual testimony? This is we don't need your opinions about malpractice.
Well, I think you do.
The objection is overruled. Go ahead, Dr. Casman.
Thank you. Langen has failed to demonstrate that the project will not harm water quality. It has submitted a signed report to PADEP with incorrect information, swearing that the information is accurate. It has misled the council and planning commission into believing the project met the zoning requirement that no water pollution be permitted, and by doing so, skirted an obligation to evaluate mitigation options. It has bluffed the council into accepting its explanation for not meeting the borough's infiltration requirement for new projects by claiming the state had already signed off, and it submitted an error-riddled and non-converging simulation as final. These errors are grounds for denying the conditional use permit. Slide 65. This is a letter, my exhibit number 2, a 13-page technical deficiency letter dated July 19th, 2021, that was sent to Hillwood from the PA Department of Environmental Protection. It lists 131, quote, significant technical deficiencies with Hillwood's NPDES permit application. I have submitted this letter as part of my testimony. In it, the PADEP found problems that required redesign of BMPs, redrawing of site plans, rerunning of calculations and model simulations. And here are just seven examples of the 131 serious technical deficiencies identified by the state. 1, incorrect delineation of rainwater catchment areas. 2, improper design of detention ponds. 3, a 30-foot error in the topographic contours of the site drawing. 4, specifying the wrong soil type in water quality calculations. 5, omitting essential water quality handling equipment, specifically a required drainage system under the stormwater tanks to catch leaks. 6, the wrong precipitation distribution in their hydrologic models. And 7, unclear connections with the sewer system. Slide 67. The technical deficiency letter noted that although Langen specified maintenance schedules for other elements of the stormwater system, it omitted one for the jellyfish filters. These schedules are commitments. The absence of a schedule is an absence of a commitment. Slide 68. Furthermore, Langen's written plan for disposing the sediment and liquid waste removed from the BMPs is to spread them on the, quote, meadow areas of the property. The heavy metals and petroleum compounds in the sludge would, of course, kill the grass. The meadows would become sources of contaminated sediment that would be mobilized by subsequent storms. The proper way to dispose of this material is specified in the jellyfish maintenance guide, my exhibit number 5, which stipulates that the sediments and water must be disposed of in accordance with all applicable waste disposal regulations. Solid waste typically requires landfill disposal, and the liquid waste can be disposed of at a municipal vacuum truck decant facility, a wastewater treatment plant, or an on-site treatment. Disposing the wastes on a meadow would be illegal and hazardous. The technical deficiency letter also noted numerous missing approvals from the regulatory agencies. Notably, Hillwood claims that Alcosan approval is not part of the conditional use permit, but part of its land development plan. How does that make any sense? They admit that the stormwater is part of the conditional use permitting process, The stormwater plan routes all of the stormwater to Alcosan sewers. If Alcosan cannot or will not accept this water, the stormwater plan is inoperable. At a minimum, the council should demand a convincing explanation of why Alcosan approval is not part of the conditional use permit. If a satisfactory explanation cannot be produced, the council must not move forward with granting Hillwood the conditional use permit. 131 serious technical deficiencies in a 1,000-page stormwater management report averages to more than one serious deficiency for every 10 pages. This is clearly not acceptable. The PADEP gave Hillwood 30 days to revise their application. Their response should have been submitted to the PADEP on August 17. Last time I checked, it was not posted on the borough website. The current stormwater impact study is inaccurate. It has serious technical deficiencies, and it does not represent a final design. Its deficiencies could result in operational failures. It should not be accepted as written. Slide 69. On a different note, Churchill's conditional use approval process has no specific requirement to consider the climate implications of the project or incorporate climate change in the design of the facility, but it should. Ken Balke's tree report to the council dated July 10, 2021, pointed out that the design storms used to evaluate the stormwater management plan no longer reflect our current climate. He reminded us that Hurricane Ivan dropped 6 inches of rain on September 19, 2004, which is 20% higher than the 5 inches used in the stormwater impact document to represent the historic 100-year storm. Following county guidance, Langdon used the historic 25-year storm of 4 inches of rain over 24 hours in its analysis. A storm on June 17, 2009, dropped that much rain in only 1 hour. These two recent storms demonstrate that the design criteria that Langdon used no longer represent actual rainfall in Churchill. And we know things will be getting worse in the very near future. The PADEP projects that statewide it will be on average 8% wetter by 2050, with severe storm frequencies increasing. Why not plan for future rainfall instead of historic and no longer representative rainfall? Claiming that the county doesn't require this is not facing the problem. Designing the stormwater system for the wrong storms with no safety factor is a recipe for failure and flooding. Climate denial should not be a feature of our planning and permitting process. Though there is no requirement to do so, the council can and should require Hillwood to design their stormwater system to be robust to the current and expected near-term climate. The council is not bound to use the county stormwater evaluation procedure without modification. This is the time to use your common sense. Furthermore, after removing all the mature trees on the site, replacing greenery with concrete and asphalt, and installing 79 large natural gas HVAC units and a 1 megawatt emergency backup generator, the site will become a heat island from which hot air will pour into our neighborhood. It is known that heat-related deaths outnumber any other weather-related cause of death. The council should require Hillwood to provide a report on the local microclimate the facility will produce and how far it will extend off-site. Will it impact the Woodland Hills athletic fields or the homes on Beulah and Old Beulah Road? The report should delineate potential heat island effects and propose and evaluate alternative mitigation strategies. It should be prepared by competent and independent professionals. This is not thinking outside of the box. It is recognizing that we are in a new box. The council would be negligent to ignore this issue that could negatively impact the health and quality of life of the residents. Slide 70. Now, Gateway found Hillwood stormwater impact study acceptable. I think upon reflection, the council must agree that there are serious unresolved issues, unacceptable elements, and technical deficiencies. Promises for future work are insufficient and unenforceable. Good faith should not be assumed. The stakes are simply too high. I have made the case that the impact studies presented by the applicant to the council and all contain serious flaws. The traffic, air, and noise studies are invalidated by bad assumptions and omit key roads in their evaluations. The stormwater report is riddled with errors. As a group, they do not provide the council a factual basis upon which to make a judgment. Instead, they consistently whitewash serious concerns. Slide 71. The Amazon solution to the former Westinghouse property problem is the wrong one. Currently, rainfall on the site is soaked up by the soil, and it cools the site through evapotranspiration by over 1,000 mature trees. It is not all shunted into sewers for expensive treatment. There is a cushion of 12 to 20 feet of soil to absorb rainfall. Once the site is enlarged, flattened, filled, and paved, it will be impossible to restore its previous hydrology. Under Amazon's plan, all the rainfall will be flushed to the sewers, with close to zero retention by the land. This engineered stormwater system is like a toilet in that it requires frequent maintenance, replacement of parts, and hand removal of clogging debris, without which it will back up and overflow. The detention ponds are lined with plastic, which become brittle and require periodic replacement and frequent cleaning. The jellyfish filters rely on fabric bags that tear and clog. These too require frequent maintenance and replacement. Imagine a few years into the future when Amazon's lease expires and it abandons the site, leaving a disturbed landscape that still contains the original hazardous waste, but now has an expensive broken toilet of a stormwater system. The drainage system will clog, and the stormwater will follow gravity downhill, through, and under the retaining wall, bringing with it mobilized sediments and toxic chemicals. Churchill will be dealing with the consequences long after Amazon leaves. The site will be owned by a limited liability corporation. If my prediction comes to pass, there will be no deep pockets from which to collect future damages. Churchill will be screwed once again. Slide 72. You might be asking yourself, how could Gateway engineers have signed off on such an incomplete and deceptive set of impact reports? And I remind you that they identified numerous problems that the applicant promised to solve in the future and took the applicant's consultants at their word. More telling, however, was Gateway's statement that in reviewing the applicant's report, Gateway assumed that all the assumptions were true. They did not check to see if they actually were. In my testimony, I have disputed a number of important assumptions, like off-site traffic doesn't matter and existing loud noises are acceptable. I've disputed the scope of these analyses, like omitting important roads, looking only at traffic flow at a few select intersections, and ignoring operational variability like holiday surges. I have identified cases of poor foresight, like dismissing the coming changes in air quality regulations and ignoring climate change. I have highlighted numerous unresolved technical deficiencies and design flaws, especially in the stormwater report. I have mentioned important omissions in the site design, like a drainage system under the stormwater holding tanks. I have shown you errors in the applicant's misleading water quality analysis. I have identified important missing analyses, specifically on crashes and the cost to Churchill. I have explained how the applicant has submitted an inappropriate analysis, like the steady state error model, and I have identified a missing key agreement, specifically Alcosan's real constraints on accepting more sewage. The wood submissions are riddled with problems, and yet they ask for the council's approval so they can move on with the land development phase. That is not the way it works. Approval should only be granted to high-quality analyses. Signing off on such an incomplete, deceptive, and ill-conceived application, the applicant carte blanche and tie the council's hands in future negotiations. The council must not be fooled. It must reject the impact studies. Slide 73. Oh, lost it. Can you still see the slide?
Now we're on the end of slideshow slide, so you got to go back one.
Oh,
There you go.
thank you.
There you go. Sure.
Okay, so members of the council may feel that they cannot stop the project, but they must use their influence to make the project safer. Rather than making the existing site conform to Amazon's requirements, the council should make the facility fit the existing site without a giant, unstable artificial plateau. The council may be obligated to allow a warehouse on the property, but it is not obligated to approve the current design. Mr. Ferguson has shown you one option for avoiding retaining walls on this landslide-prone topography. Another option is to reduce the proposed warehouse capacity to fit the existing site. The council can also require the applicant to produce a design whose stormwater system adequately accounts for climate change and facilitates the required infiltration. It can demand that the walls of the warehouse be non-reflective. Because of our existing poor air quality, any increased diesel emissions are unacceptable from a health standpoint. But there are natural gas-fueled heavy-duty trucks. The council can prohibit all diesel-powered vehicles from servicing the sort facility. This would go a long way to solving the facility's air emissions problems. This is the start of a Plan B. It does not solve the noise or the traffic problems, but I suspect those two can be mitigated with flexibility and creativity. Much more work needs to be done on this project before it can conform to the Churchill Code. I implore the council not to rush to approve a ruinous plan. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Casman. If you could stop your share there, we'll get back to the main screen.
Working on it. Oh, I see.
Thank you. Dr. Casman went for about an hour and 45 minutes. That was a lot of information to take in. If Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Metz, if you want to break now and then start the sort of last session with the cross-examination, I'd be amenable to that. But if you want to jump right into it, that would be fine too.
We have no questions.
Okay, great. That was easier than my two options then. Okay, great. Are there any other party objectors? If you could queue up with your hand raise notification, we'll get you in line. While working on that, I'd ask council members, both in the chambers and or participating via Zoom, if you have questions for Dr. Casman.
Yes, Dr. Casman, Matt Castiglia, Borough Council. Could you pull up slide 63, please?
Working on it.
Just for my understanding, these BMP efficiencies look like they're listed out, and I think you said that max capacity for a jellyfish filter would be 89%. Dry ponds are 30 to 65%. Are those when they're working, I guess, individually, if you just had a jellyfish filter or just had a dry pond?
That's correct.
So if these were working, and I'm not sure what they're proposing in the plan exactly, but if they were working one, then the other in parallel, would that get us close to the 98%? Is that maybe a difference in what's being presented?
No, I showed you the calculation that the reason they're 98 and 95 and 87 is because there's some untreated wastewater that got averaged. So it's 100%. This is just the evidence that something is wrong. And the next spreadsheet shows you that it's really 100%. They're claiming 100% for both types of BMPs. So there's forest and there's meadow, and there's different land uses, and not all of them go into the BMPs, but they all get added up for the when they figure out how much TSS or TP or TN is discharged. So this is just the first indication of something's fishy. And when I go down here to this slide, it shows you that really those zeros mean 100% removal. And you can see in this slide thing, there's no numbers, you know, there's no numbers here. These are just dashes. The clicking of this default, apparently they didn't have, apparently my guess is this spreadsheet didn't recognize the kind of BMP, and just so it gave it blanks. It didn't, whatever the applicant put in, it wasn't recognized. So you get no numbers here for.
So for further clarification, does the stormwater go through both types of filters? It goes through the pond, then the jelly filter, or jellyfish filter, then the pond, or one or the other?
Not in this spreadsheet. In reality, yes.
So those two efficiencies could be added together to get to that. If you can go back a slide, please.
No. I would ask you to look at the report, and it'll show. Wait, right down here. Okay. Look at this little table down here. It says pollutant loads from structural BMPs treated outflow in pounds 000. Pollutant loads from untreated stormwater pounds 116.41 and 2.27. Right? So that's why up here you don't have 100%, because that's being this is the total for the whole site. And it's the reason I even showed you this was to help you see my logic in finding the problem, and then drilling down further and seeing how the problem actually occurred. This is just
okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Dr. Casman, if you get to stop sharing again. Any other questions from council members? All right, I do see a question from Dr. Sterrett. So Dr. Sterrett, why don't you go ahead and unmute yourself and pose your question to Dr. Casman.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I have several questions about the stormwater system. Is there a risk analysis for the sort of things that could happen if there were an accident? Like what sort of things could shut it down or cause a failure, and what would the consequences to Churchill be?
The main issues are overloading the stormwater system, so the water doesn't go down the pipes and into the sewer, but instead overflows onto the surface of the site, off the site, through the wall, destabilizing the wall. You know, that's the kind of, you know, what you don't want is to get the most dangerous thing would be get the retaining walls wet, because it's filled with, that's where your big that's where your big failures would happen if that stuff gets wet. So if they overflow and flow downhill, you could really wreck those retaining walls. But otherwise, it would flow off, down Bueller Road.
What about structural failures? How fragile is this to structural integrity? Or maybe you just want to say you don't.
I didn't evaluate that.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't tell you. Some of the deficiencies that were pointed out was missizing those detention ponds. So if the fragility of that is that you get overflows and there's no backup system.
Right. Okay.
I guess there's some other fragile elements like the underground tanks. The DEP said that they have to install a drainage system because those things leak, and there was none. You can imagine that, where would the water go? There's no place for the water to go without you have to control the leakage, you have to control the drainage, and plan for that.
Mm-hmm. And if there was leakage, is there any chance that would affect poor pressure and affect people's foundations of their houses?
I'd have to really look.
All right. Okay. Sorry, you didn't testify to that.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sterrett. Thank you, Dr. Casman.
Gavin?
Yes, Mr. Collins. Just you keep yourself muted there and we'll be able to hear you.
Okay. Hold on a second. Okay, thank you, Ms. Casman. I want to make sure that I understand what your conclusion is that the current stormwater situation, the runoff, would only be worsened with this site development. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, absolutely. There's going to be more water. You're talking about the volume?
With the volume in the system itself. I mean,
Yes, that much is clear from the spreadsheets. That the volume goes up because of the 24 or 23 new acres of impervious area. All of that, all the rainfall that falls on that is now runoff. It does not infiltrate. So yes, the volume is increased quite a bit. I think by 40%.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. And thank you, Dr. Casman. At this time, we are getting very close to our second break. So we will go ahead and before we turn it over to Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Ferguson still has at least four witnesses. We're not sure if the fifth is with us tonight, but he has at least four witnesses. It is clear that we are not going to finish the objectors' cases this evening. We are on a hard stop at 11 o'clock. Council, Alex, if you could talk to the council members in the chambers. I know there's a possibility of sliding in a new date of September 13th prior to the initially planned September 20th. Council already meets at 7 p.m. on September 13th for their voting meeting. And as we had done one time before, we could commence or recommence the hearing at 8 p.m. on the 13th and try to get through any remaining of Mr. Ferguson's objector clients. And ideally, if we're able to do that in an efficient manner, we could hear from the borough's tree committee that evening as well. So during the break, Alex, if you could speak to council there and we could talk about it again when we go back on the record. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Alex, you'll let us know when council's back in place there?
You're in earshot. Talk loud. Let's get going.
Great. They are my bosses, so I got to be real careful about how I phrase that, but it's great to see all of them back. We still missing one, Alex?
Yeah, give me another 10 seconds for him.
No problem. We need Mr. Ferguson to jump back on, although he may just be lurking there without his camera on.
At least you didn't say talk fast, let's get going.
That's right.
It's all good.
There's Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, we're just waiting on one more council person and we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. All good.
Hey,
on
Alex,
our
we all
end.
set?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead, Jeannie. Back on the record.
All good.
Thanks. Okay, we are back on the record. And before I turn it over to Mr. Ferguson, Alex, did you get a chance to discuss with council the potential hearing, next hearing date?
They're amenable to continuing the hearing on Monday, September 13th at the close of the regular Churchill Borough Council meeting.
Okay, and why don't we, since we have a specific date and time, why don't we just make that 8 o'clock? And that way
Yes.
we're not rushing through in case there's important council business. And worst case scenario, we can just sort of have everyone, collect themselves and get ready for the 8 o'clock start. And we'll run 8 to 11 if necessary on the 13th. And we'll announce that also again at the end of the hearing here. So thank you, council, for working with us there. Mr. Ferguson, you had Churchill Future had initially rested, but we had given leave for you to speak with your clients to see if there might be some additional members of your group who wanted to testify. And I think you had determined that there were. So I will turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rob. So I provided a list to Mr. Metz, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Rob, and to Mr. Graziani. The persons who I represent who have asked to be called as witnesses are Cathy Bordner, David Bordner, Murray Bilby, Kate Kerrigan Hill, and Nicole Phillips, and later Joanne Skagna. She has 10 minutes. So I would like to call Cathy Bordner to share what she has to say. And Cathy, I understand that, do you have a PowerPoint presentation or some type of something you want to share with your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, would you like to do that now, if you've been so enabled?
Yes, I think I am enabled, and let's see here. Okay, so now I need to find it on my laptop. Let's see here, basic, advanced. And Alex had explained to me how to do this before, but I have them in the background on my, maybe I need to, let me try this. And if I can't pull this off, I think I can do this without the exhibits, but I really would like to try to do this.
If you aren't comfortable or don't think that you're going to be able to share your screen. I mean, in my case, if I move my cursor, there are choices that appear on the bottom of my screen. The one in the very center, which is bright green, says share screen. Do you have that?
I do, and I just found where I can get to these. that is the trick. And let's see if I'll pull this off. I have them all lined up.
Okay. We'll give you a minute, and if that doesn't work, Mr. Graziani could share his screen as we've done previously, Diana Yankes, and he will advance them as you will ask him to advance them as you need to.
Okay. You know, I see. Okay, let's try this. Okay. And then let's get back in Zoom and do that and try. And if this doesn't work, then I'll just, oh, there that is. Oh.
Look at you.
Yeah. Let's see, I better not pull up anything I don't want y'all to see. Let's see, it's not doing that. Let's see here. No, they're not there. It's not, you know, I don't want to make the, I don't want to drag this out. Let me try one more thing here.
So you have two exhibits, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I have them here if you want me to pull them up.
You know, and you know what? I was also going to share the screen with some other things, but again, it's not, well, it is kind of important, but you know what? I don't want.
We're looking at your screen. If you can just call up the documents you wanted to use, we'll be good to go.
Oh, okay.
You are
Okay.
sharing your screen now.
All right, great.
Your home
Let's
screen.
see here. Let's see here. You know, we'll go there and we'll go there and we'll go there. Okay, we're there, I think. Oh, look at that. Okay.
We just have your home screen still.
Oh, my home screen. You didn't, none of that other stuff came up.
That's right.
Okay, so let's see if I go over here.
Cathy, we're seeing your Google browser right now.
Okay.
And I
okay.
do have Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 ready to go. Just if you want, I can share that.
Right.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
And
Thank
we'll
you for saving the day again, Alex.
So right now I'm looking at, this would be Exhibit T. And then if I toggle, you should be able to see.
Okay,
Exhibit.
Okay.
Yes. Okay,
You've been sworn, is that right, Cathy?
I have.
Okay, would you please proceed?
Okay, my name is Cathy Bordner. I live at 1926 Hampstead Drive in Churchill, Pennsylvania. I am not a traffic engineer or an expert in air quality. My statements are based on common sense evaluation of the proposal as well as firsthand experience driving on state, county, and Churchill borough roads in Churchill. First, I want to talk about the traffic impact study. The applicant Hillwood Development has submitted a traffic impact study as required by the Borough of Churchill Zoning Code 304-37-1B. And I'm not going to read that. Everybody's heard it many times. The Borough of Churchill Council should not accept the traffic impact study submitted by the applicant for the following reasons. The applicant has ignored concerns expressed by residents regarding the impact of their proposal on the intersection of Lewin Lane and Beulah Road. Employees and service vehicles will be coming from many surrounding communities. For example, Forest Hills, Rankin, Braddock, Turtle Creek, and many others. Many of those employees and service vehicles will use Beulah Road / Highway 130 Beulah, or they will take Greensburg Pike to Lewin Lane. At the February 3rd, 2021 meeting of the Borough of Churchill Planning Commission, I expressed concern about the intersection of Lewin Lane and Beulah Road. I believe that another resident has also expressed concern about this intersection. And Dr. Casman mentioned Lewin Lane as a area of concern. The Planning Commission meeting minutes quote me as saying Beulah Road and Lewin Lane is dangerous and will be made worse. Following are my statements, which I transcribed from watching the recording of the meeting. This begins at approximately 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 10 seconds into the meeting. My home overlooks the intersection of Beulah Road and Lewin Drive. And for every accident that happens there are probably multiple near misses. That is a dangerous intersection. It is going to be more congested with this development going in. And so I think that needs to be added to the mix of the intersections that have to be improved, end quote. My husband and I can see this intersection from our dining room window. There are frequent sounds of horns honking and tires screeching. We have observed the aftermath of accidents at this intersection. And again, as stated in my comments at the February 3rd Planning Commission meeting, I believe that for every accident at this intersection, there are multiple near misses. The design of this intersection increases the potential for accidents. And if you would look at this exhibit, this is a Google Map screenshot of the intersection. And what we believe the problem is, and this is based on talking to a neighbor and also our own observations, is that you have a turn lane here, and then you have a pass lane here. And people on Lewin Lane who are either going to turn right, which would be, I think, south, or left, north, are their view is obscured by a vehicle in the turn lane. If there is a vehicle in the turn lane and another vehicle in the passing lane coming along, they don't see that vehicle in the passing lane. They think they're fine to pull out and turn either way, and they're not. They're struck by a vehicle, or there's a near miss. And this, again, I brought this up at the meeting, and we know about this. So we try to be very careful and try to avoid this happening to us. Well, a couple of weeks ago, we were in our car with our 3.5-year-old grandson in the back seat, and we almost got in an accident here. It could have been horrible. We've seen, after we hear a crash, we run to the window, and the last one we saw, there was a woman and a child. That somebody brought a chair out from this house and they sat in it. The man in one of the vehicles couldn't get out of his driver's side door. He had to climb over to the passenger seat, and he was visibly shaken. This is obviously a dangerous intersection, and when you add all of these additional vehicles, it's going to be much worse. Because the proposal will cause an increase of traffic on Beulah Road, Lewin Lane, and all surrounding streets, roads, and highways, it is reasonable to expect the increase in traffic will result in more congestion at this intersection and more accidents. As I noted earlier, many employees and service vehicles will use routes that put them in this vicinity. In addition, the applicant now proposes adding a new entrance for Westinghouse employees off Beulah Road, and also making Old Beulah Road a dead end. All traffic entering and exiting Old Beulah Road will use the intersection of Old Beulah Road and Beulah Road across from Fenwick Drive, an intersection designed the same as the intersection at Lewin Lane and Beulah Road. This will add to the problems in this area of Beulah Road. Because the applicant has excluded this intersection and other changes they have made from the traffic study, and they have failed to provide for mitigation to address the increased risk of accidents the facility and its subsequent increases in vehicles on our roads will cause, the Borough of Churchill Council should reject the traffic study submitted by the applicant. My next point, I think, was going to be the applicant has not addressed how congestion on I-376 overflowing to Borough County and state highways will be impacted by the proposal. I think Dr. Casman covered that far better than I can, so I'm not going to go into detail except to say that I agree wholeheartedly with her. And boy, she is a tough act to follow, I'll tell you that much. And also, I believe that she or someone else this evening perhaps Dr. Sterrett mentioned that the applicant has used modeling to estimate the number of vehicles instead of using actual Amazon facilities which are operational. Alex, can you bring up the next slide, please? Okay, this is a Google Map screenshot of a vehicle of a facility, Amazon facility, AVP1, located at 550 Oak Ridge Road, Hazel Township, Pennsylvania. And the reason I am showing this is just to show that there are many examples of Amazon facilities that the applicant could have used to provide an estimate of the number of vehicles, truck trips, and so forth that result from their facilities. And they did not have to do the modeling that was used in the traffic study. This particular one, there's 53 numbered spots directly, and I don't think I can enlarge it the way I can when I usually look at it, but I'll just say that, okay, thank you, Alex. There's 53 numbered slots along here, and the facility that the applicant proposes in Churchill will have 49. So that's a close, number of truck docks. And basically, based on the lack of reliable data regarding the number of semi-trucks using modeling rather than existing facilities, the Borough of Churchill Council should reject the traffic study submitted by the applicant. And again, I think that Dr. Casman probably covered this next item, air quality study. Again, I was going to talk about how Epsilon used the traffic impact study. I think Dr. Casman covered that, excellently. So I'm not going to take up time to do that, but I am going to take up a little bit of your time this evening to talk about that the air quality study did not factor in off-site truck idling. Many places where Amazon facilities are located deal with problems from off-site truck idling. And I did have a share, I was going to share a screen of this, but I'll just read it. This is an article from the Dallas Morning News dated June, let's see, no, it's this last June 20th, 2021. And I'm not going to read the whole article, but I am going to read a few excerpts from it. It's titled, "It's Like This Every Day. Amazon Fulfillment Center in Dallas forces truck drivers to wait for hours to unload. The backup off Interstate 20 happens day and night, regardless of peak delivery times like Mondays start a prime day." This driver, Cheeto Pepler, had been sitting in his truck for over 12 hours by the time he reached the front of the delivery line at Amazon's fulfillment center on Interstate 20 in J.J. Lemon Road in Dallas. Pepler's experience was frustrating, exhausting, and time-consuming, but it wasn't unique. A line of semi-trailers is always waiting to get into the fulfillment center, named FTW1 in Amazon parlance. It stretches from the warehouse entrance all the way down a frontage road off of I-20. And the last thing I want to read from this, the Dallas County Sheriff's Department is as familiar with this Amazon fulfillment center as the truck drivers who frequent it. Officers work out of a substation not far from the warehouse and drive past it regularly. Sergeant Adam Arista said the department gets recurring calls that the frontage road outside the entrance is blocked by the trucks, making it difficult for other vehicles to pass by. It's hard to always determine when these backups will occur or not, he said. I would say it started maybe a year and a half ago or so. It definitely picks up before the holidays. Another risk that worries Arista is the potential for waiting trucks to block emergency response vehicles from getting to accidents and medical events. Without adequate access to the frontage road or J.J. Lemon Road, officers are limited in their ability to reach stretches of the interstate. So this is how offsite idling is going to affect us, and it's definitely going to add to the poor air quality. The air quality study did not factor this in. So it did not include trucks idling in their calculations, probably because the traffic study was based on modeling and not on actual Amazon facilities, because the serious source of diesel fumes was excluded from the air quality report. The Borough of Churchill Council should reject the air quality study. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about letters of support from political office holders. The Borough of Churchill website for documents regarding the applicant's conditional use application includes 2 letters from political office holders, County Executive Rich Fitzgerald and State Senator Jay Costa. Other than being written on separate letterhead and signed by 2 different people, the letters are word for word exactly the same. As a civilian who never worked for a political office holder, I find this very confusing. I am very disappointed that Fitzgerald and Costa are promoting this proposal, yet they send letters that to me appear to be form letters. I am sad for you, the council, that you have been treated like this. You and we, the residents of Churchill, deserve more than a form letter from Fitzgerald and Costa. This proposal will have such serious negative impacts on me and other Churchill residents. Fitzgerald and Costa ignored this when they sent form letters to you, the Borough of Churchill Council, to express their support. In addition to being insulting, it was quite lazy on their part. Next, I'd like to talk about unexpected consequences. The Borough of Churchill Zoning Code, Chapter 304-31C states, quote, "The proposed use shall not involve any element or cause any condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to any other property or persons, and shall comply with the performance standards of Chapter 304-23, end quote. The applicant proposed a facility that will have consequences to the borough that are dangerous, injurious, and or noxious to residents, property owners, and persons. The applicant has not acknowledged the problems their facilities have caused in communities where they are located. The Borough of Churchill Council should look at problems created by Amazon facilities in other communities. An example of a community that has experienced problems is Roslyn Farms. Following is a letter to the editor of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette that describes the problems they encountered. And this letter is titled, "Amazon Does Not Make a Great Neighbor." It was written by Karen Bouza of Roslyn Farms. It's short, so I'm going to read the whole thing. Dated April 30th, 2021. I agree with the letter with the April 22nd letter. I don't want Amazon as my neighbor. And by the way, that was a letter that I had sent to the paper and they published. Amazon has a facility in Ferrywood and is possibly looking to take over the rest of the warehouse if ModCloth moves. April 14th, ModCloth's warehouse space in Ferrywood marketed for lease. That's a link to that article in the paper. We live in Roslyn Farms and the huge tractor trailers were coming through the borough because it connects to I-376 inbound. This is only a 2-lane road. Our mayor and council approached Amazon about the trailers, and most of the trailers go to an alternate route. Amazon now uses smaller box trucks that use Kings Highway every 3 to 7 minutes. It has just circumvented the neighborhood concerns about all the truck traffic through the borough. It really doesn't care about the damage that the trucks do and allows the driver's GPS systems to come through anyway. How do you stop a big gorilla like Amazon from ruining a peaceful existence? So let's see here. Sorry for this delay. These are the types of problems the borough will face if this application is approved. Such problems are dangerous or injurious and noxious. Therefore, the Borough of Churchill Council should deny the applicant's application for a conditional use permit. Next, I'd like to address remediation estimates. The applicant has presented the high cost of remediating the site as justification for the Borough of Churchill to approve their application for a conditional use permit. Following are statements made by Mr. Leif Metz at the June 2nd, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, which I transcribed from the recording of the meeting. These statements begin at approximately 19 minutes and 58 seconds into the meeting. The next quote, the next thing is the environmental remediation. So today the buildings, there's about 1 million square feet of buildings that are on the site, and those buildings are significantly and environmentally contaminated. There's a lot of asbestos, there's also lead, there's also mold that are in the buildings. So the buildings have been sitting there vacant for 20 years, aside from occasional use for movie productions. So one of the benefits of the project will be that all of those buildings will be demolished, and both of the buildings and the site will be remediated to the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection standards. So we'll end up with significant environmental contamination having been cured because the project is there. The applicant has submitted, end quote. The applicant has submitted narratives, zoning narratives, that state it will cost approximately $8 to $18 million in environmental remediation. And one of these zoning narratives is, you'll find that statement on page 3, number 10, the subject property is heavily contaminated. Any future reuse of the subject property would require 8 to 18 million in environmental remediation. This is entitled Before the Borough Council of the Borough of Churchill, Churchill Creek Project LLC, Curative Amendment, Zoning Narrative and Attachments. And this is a 115-page document that I believe it was part of the October 7th Planning Commission meeting, where they made that statement that they were going to have to do $8 to $18 million of remediation. There's another zoning narrative that is shorter, and again on page 2, it states number 8. It states the same thing. I won't read it again. This is shorter, and this was dated December 7th, 2020, and then updated March 16th, 2021. So they have gone on the record in planning commission meetings stating that they were going to have to spend that much money on remediation. Next, I'd like to, during the May 10th Borough of Churchill regular council meeting, I asked for clarification of these costs. Following are my statements, which I transcribed from the recording of the meeting. These statements begin at approximately 46 minutes and 42 seconds into the meeting. Quote, in the zoning narrative that Hillwood had in their documentation for the last Planning Commission meeting, number 8, it states, the subject property is heavily contaminated. Any future reuse of the subject property would require approximately 8 to 18 million in environmental remediation. I would like to see what those numbers are based on. This is very important for Hillwood to be transparent and honest with the borough residents, and I think that they need to be providing that. The applicant also, end quote. So they stated that it was going to take that much money to remediate the site. I asked for a detailed accounting of what those figures were based on, and I apologize if they have provided that. I have not caught it. I've been I've watched every planning commission, I'm pretty sure, and most of the council meetings since November, and I don't recall ever hearing a detailed accounting of what those that figure is based on. They applied for the applicant applied for a redevelopment assistance capital program RCAP grant for $10 million to cover these remediation expenses. And I was going to share my screen, but I won't worry about that, of the RCAP grant application. It does state on page 8 of the application, the question is, how do you plan to use the funds? And the answer that they provided is, quote, during 2020 and 2021, Langen Engineering developed statements of probable costs for the demolition, environmental remediation, and site preparation costs. The cost of environmental remediation was estimated at 8 to 18 million. So again, you see where on an official document, they are stating that this is going to cost that, remediation will be 8 to 18 million dollars. They're asking for a $10 million Pennsylvania grant to cover that. Let's see here. After 4 people spoke against the RCAP grant application at a redevelopment authority of Allegheny County meeting, and there was media coverage of the grant application, Leif Metz addressed this issue at the June 2nd, 2021 Borough of Churchill Planning Commission meeting. I have transcribed his statements on the recording of the meeting, which start at 24 minutes and 9 seconds into the meeting. Quote, there has been some media coverage recently about a state grant that Hillwood applied for. This grant is called the RCAP, or somebody, or some people refer to it as RACP. It stands for Redevelopment Assistance Capital Program. This is a Pennsylvania state grant program that the governor and Department of Community and Economic Development administer. So every year they award grants of close to $200 million across the Commonwealth to help significant projects get underway. So the question was raised in the context of, Hillwood initially at the outset of this process commented that we did not intend to seek any public financing incentives. So the question was asked, wait a second, guys, you told us that, but then here you are applying for this grant. What gives? So we recognize that. So I want to confirm that we did apply for an RCAP grant. That's accurate. There's a couple of reasons why we did that. But first, I mentioned a minute ago the 25% increase across the board in construction costs. So that's a really extraordinary and unforeseen event. And so what our role as a developer, we're trying to help manage the costs for our tenant. So that's one way that we tried to pursue managing those costs. End quote. Earlier in the meeting, Mr. Metz had mentioned the 25% increase in construction costs and stated that the increase was due to the COVID pandemic. Also, I would like to point out that the tenant that they were trying to manage costs for is Amazon, one of the wealthiest companies in the world. And I want to go back to the grant application and point out that another interesting statement in that application was on page 10. The question is, can your project be funded through other state programs, i.e. PennDOT and PennVest? And the answer is yes. If yes, does your project fit one of the following exceptions? It said, and the answer is the project involves construction of a slip ramp and traffic circle, which would be eligible for PennDOT assistance. So they're saying that, I don't know why that's redacted now. Interesting. They're saying that they applied for the grant. In the grant, they say that it's for remediation cost. And in the grant, they say that, yeah, they can qualify for other assistance from PennDOT down the road. And then when there's media coverage and 4 people speak against the grant application, Mr. Metz said, well, you know, really there was a 25% across the board increase in construction costs because of the pandemic, and we needed that money to cover those costs. So I find that problematic. On July 9th, 2021, Mr. Metz withdrew the grant application. He sent a letter to the Office of Budget, Stephen Ewer, Director. On behalf of our client, Churchill Creek Project LLC, we hereby withdraw redevelopment assistance capital program application number. He's got the number of it. So all of this, in my mind, raises questions. And to summarize the issue, the applicant claimed remediation cost of 8 to 18 million in zoning narratives. I asked for an explanation of what the remediation costs were based on, and to my knowledge, the applicant has not provided that information. And I do apologize if they have actually provided that. In addition to being at every meeting, I did a search on the documents on the Churchill Borough website, and it didn't come up. So the applicant applied for a 10 million RCAP grant to cover those costs, even though the applicant had stated that they would not pursue tax incentives or other public financing. After opposition to the RCAP grant and media coverage, the applicant explained that construction costs had increased by 25%, and they were trying to manage the cost for their tenant, Amazon, one of the wealthiest companies in the world. The applicant withdrew their RCAP application. Based on the confusing information surrounding the remediation costs, the Borough of Churchill Council should not consider the cost of remediation in their decision on whether to approve or deny the applicant's application for a conditional use permit. The applicant either will not or cannot provide the information regarding what their remediation costs are based on. It would be much better for the borough and borough residents if a developer who has a better understanding of the remediation cost and is able to explain those costs was developing this site. Finally, I'll summarize. The Borough of Churchill Council must deny the applicant's application for a conditional use permit for the following reasons. The traffic study should be rejected because it failed to address concerns raised during the Borough of Churchill Planning Commission meeting on February 3rd, 2021, regarding the intersection of Lewin Lane and Beulah Road. They failed to include this intersection in the traffic impact study, and they failed to propose mitigation for the increased congestion and risk of accidents at this intersection caused by the facility. Number two, the applicant has not addressed the impact of the proposal on I-376 or how congestion on I-376 overflowing to Borough County and state highways will be impacted by the proposal. The applicant used modeling to estimate the number of vehicles rather than the number of trucks entering and leaving operational Amazon facilities. Regarding the air quality study, the applicant's air quality study should be rejected because it is based on the traffic impact study, which is stated above, should be rejected. The air quality study did not factor in off-site idling, which will increase the diesel fumes in our air. Regarding the letters of support from political office holders, County Executive Rich Fitzgerald and State Senator Jay Costa sent form letters instead of individualized personal letters expressing their personal support for the project. The Borough of Churchill Council and residents deserve better. Unexpected consequences. Other Amazon facilities have caused unexpected consequences for people living near them, and these consequences were injurious to the neighborhoods. The Borough of Churchill Council should deny the applicant's application for a conditional use permit and should not allow Churchill to become another victim of the conditions caused by Amazon. And finally, remediation estimates. The applicant has presented the high cost of remediating the site as justification for the Borough of Churchill to approve their application for a conditional use permit, but they have not provided an explanation of those costs and have not, and they have issued confusing statements regarding remediation costs. The Borough of Churchill Council should not factor in the applicant's claims about remediation cost into their decision on whether to approve the applicant's application for a conditional use permit. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening, and especially I want to thank the council, Alex, Gavin, for going the extra mile and working out for Mr. Ferguson's clients. We were confused about when or if we could speak, and we all appreciate you guys letting us do this. And I also want to thank Councilman Kevin Collins. Dave and I originally wanted to meet with each council person individually, but time just got away from us. But Councilman Collins was kind enough to come to our home and look at the intersection that I was concerned about and that we're concerned about, and talk to us for over an hour. And it was a real good conversation, and we sure do appreciate that. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Bordner. Mr. Ferguson, do you have any more questions for your witness?
I'm sorry. I don't. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I kind of figured that, but just wanted to confirm. Mr. Metz, Mr. Gallagher.
No questions.
Okay, great. We'll follow the same format here. If there's any party objectors who have questions for Mrs. Bordner, please raise your virtual hands. In the meantime, are there any questions from council members? Seeing some head shaking and seeing no one rushing to their microphone. So I think we're clear on the council members. Give it another few moments. And while we're waiting for any potential other party objectors who may have questions, I think it's clear that here we are at 10 to 11. So we'll shut it down after this witness. I'm not seeing any other party objectors with questions, so we'll allow Mrs. Bordner to step out of the virtual witness box. And yes, ma'am.
Can I just mention, my husband Dave's presentation is probably under 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Let's knock it out while we're all here then. Go ahead, Mr. Bordner. We'll allow you to step up here and go ahead and say your piece.
And Dave, if you want, do you want me to share the exhibit that you've prepared?
Please, Alex.
I'll get that up. I'm going to do it a little differently. I'll just share it from the borough's website, our own GIS. So this is the buffer map that you had referred to in your exhibit. I assume it looks similar to the one you submitted.
Well, it really doesn't, and it doesn't do justice. Maybe you can expand it to?
I have that one as well. The problem with that one is
it's big.
It just doesn't fit right. So I will show you that here in a minute.
Okay.
It fits as a rectangle, so it's a little bit different in its skew, but I'll leave this one up. Okay, yeah, that's the one that I was working from. And this is a gateway map provided by Gateway, Westinghouse buffer, property buffers. And it shows is there any way you can expand that even a little bit? It shows the building outline. Of course, it doesn't have the parking lot there, and the parking lots kind of go to all the edge of the property. The red is the edge of the property, and then the orange is 250 feet away from the facility. The yellow is 500, and the purple, pink, magenta on the outside there is 1,000 feet. And I think it's important for people to know that there are over 400 homes within 1,000 feet of this facility. Of the property line. Of the property line, right. And of course, the parking lots go to both sides of the north property line and the east property line. There's a little bit of a buffer there on the west, but you know, this facility, this proposed plan will butt up against two sides of the property. So over 450 homes, 2 schools are within that 1,000 feet.
And I make this point because I have not been able to find any other facility of the end user that is this big, 2.9 million square feet, and there's over 400 homes and 2 schools within the boundaries of the property. We've asked the applicant to supply us with some examples. We haven't gotten any. I've looked, I can't find any. So I think this is going to be a one-of-a-kind test case for us. And I know that the end user right now is building 9 similar sized facilities. There's some of them are the same size and some are a little bit bigger. From what I can tell, all of them are either on undeveloped land on the outskirts of cities, or they're in industrial parks. I have not been able to find one facility like what they're proposing to do to us. So I urge you to say no. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bordner. Mr. Metz, Mr. Ferguson, any other questions for Mr. Bordner?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Metz, Mr. Gallagher, any questions?
No questions.
Any party objectors have questions, or any council members have questions? And thank you, Mr. Bordner, for being so succinct. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I am seeing no one raising hands or attempting to ask questions. So I think at this time, it would be appropriate for us to adjourn the hearing. But before we do so, we will announce that this hearing will recess until September 13th, which is a Monday at 8 p.m., which will follow the regular voting meeting of Borough Council. So same format, same link on the Borough website, and I will see you all then. Have a good holiday, everybody. Take care.
Take care, everyone.
Great job, both of you.